electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well.
Okay.
So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. The poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is...
It's a beautiful Friday morning on Souq News Television, and we'll be bringing you news update from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. Starting with a key story, the Bureau of Public Procurement has changed how federal agencies approve contracts. Now, only big projects, over 5 billion naira for goods and 10 billion naira for works, need Federal Executive Council approval. Smaller contracts can be approved faster by ministries and their boards. This move is to stop delays and make public work more efficient. President Bola Tinubu approved these new rules because of rising prices and changing market conditions. Big projects must now use competitive bidding, while smaller ones can use simpler methods like quotations or market surveys. These new rules apply to all arms of government and include defense and intelligence agencies. Ministries, departments, and agencies must now send monthly contract reports to their websites and the BPP portal. Anyone who breaks the rules will face punishment. The Bureau of Public Procurement also plans to help small businesses and train only approved officers. Nigeria's oil regulator says Africa needs over $600 billion every year for oil and gas investment to meet rising energy needs. The head of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Benga Komalafe, said Nigeria is ready to attract a large share of this money to grow its energy sector and support the continent. He spoke during the 2025 African Energy Summit in London, where Nigeria showed new plans to draw investors. Komalafe said Nigeria's oil sector is now more open and trusted after transparent bid rounds in 2022 and 2024. These efforts help raise oil production, bring in new investors, and increase rig activity from 8 in 2021 to 36 today. Benga Komalafe also noted that the global goal is to reach 50 rigs by year-end and raise national production to 3 million barrels per day. Nigeria has over 37 billion barrels of oil and 10 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves. He added that while the world moves to clean energy, oil and gas are still needed. A recent report shows fossil fuels will make up more than half of global energy use by 2050. He said Nigeria is using the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 to give investors clear rules and strong data, including 11,000 square kilometers of new seismic data to support future oil discoveries. Moving away from that, Nigeria's inflation rate dropped to 23.71% in April 2025, down from 24.23% in March, and much lower than 33.69% in April 2024. The National Bureau of Statistics said price increases are slowing, especially in food and core goods. Monthly inflation also dropped to 1.86%, showing that goods and services are rising in price more slowly. However, many states still face high inflation. Enugu, Benue, Kebbi, and 9 other areas recorded inflation rates above 30%. In Benue, food inflation hit 51.8%, driven by insecurity. This means families in these areas are still spending more on food, housing, and transport than others. Despite national inflation slowing, experts and business owners say the drop is not yet helping small businesses or everyday people. Input costs are still high and sales remain low. They urge the government to support local businesses with loans, tax cuts, and policies to lower costs. The World Bank predicts inflation could drop further to 22.1% by year end. Moving ahead, Nigeria has joined the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development to help improve its economy. Finance Minister Wale Edun led the team to London, where Nigeria officially became a member. This move supports President Bola Tinubu's plan called the Renewed Hope Agenda. Joining the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development will help Nigeria get money and advice for important areas like energy, farming, roads, and technology. Since most of the bank's funds go to private businesses, Nigeria expects more investments, new jobs, and steady growth. This is a big step to build a stronger economy. At the meeting, Minister Wale Edun also talked with leaders from France and the United States. These talks will help Nigeria work better with other countries and play a bigger role in the world's economy. And lastly, the United Nations says the global economy is in a fragile state because trade conflicts and higher prices are causing problems. These issues slow down factories, increase costs, and delay new investments. Large countries like the United States, China, Brazil, and Mexico are experiencing slower economic growth this year. China's growth is expected to fall to 4.6%, while many countries, especially poor ones, face rising inflation. Food prices remain very high in Africa and Asia, making life much harder for low-income families. A United Nations official says poor countries suffer the most because they have little money to support their people. The report urges all countries to work together to stabilize prices and protect vulnerable groups. And that's the story this morning on Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Just Africa comes your way in a bit. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a pleasant morning.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil plc. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in City College from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, He is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
The 21st century classroom is no longer confined to paintbrushes and paper. Digital tools like animation software, virtual reality, and online collaboration platforms are reshaping how art is being taught and learned. Teachers are not just teaching art techniques, but also fostering digital literacy and creative problem solving. Let's be real. If you can't tell a phishing email from a real one, or if you're falling rather for fake news online, it can have serious consequences. That is why digital literacy is not just important as reading and writing today. But let's face it, what is digital literacy? It's more than just knowing how to use smartphone or post on Instagram. It's about being able to find, evaluate, or create and communicate information using digital technologies. Now, in today's world, digital skills are not a luxury. They are a necessity. Whether you're job hunting, learning online, or running business, digital literacy is your passport. Let's be real. If you can't tell an email, a phishing email, like I said, digital literacy is something that has serious consequences if you do not know it. So you really have to understand what digital literacy is. Now, digital literacy is part and parcel of our day. Digital literacy is part of a bigger picture, 21st century skills. These include creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication. Add in things like adaptability, leadership, and media literacy, and you've got the full toolkit. Good morning, welcome to Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokwaya. Of course, I'm not the only one here. I have my handsome Onye Priye Krumale.
Good morning to you, Olumide.
How are you doing?
I am so glad it's Friday.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
I'm glad it's Friday, and maybe you can sleep a little bit longer than wake up, not as early as we used to do during the week.
Ignore the alarm when it goes.
Exactly. Ignore the alarm 1,000 times. I have like 1,000 alarms so that I can punch them down. So digital literacy, like we talked about, today, these days, in fact, including the teachers. So there's this conversation, who amongst the teachers, is it the teachers or the students that are more vast, more skilled, more adept, and more conversant with the digital tools that are available globally?
Yes.
Either for impacting knowledge or for making work easier. And the conversation has been out there. So it's been back and forth. The teachers need to access the kind of tools that will facilitate impacting knowledge. The students on their own part will not only need to access tools or to understand the tools that they are being used to, communicate or teach, like art, drawing, and all of that, but they themselves, they need to equally access tools that will make their jobs easier. In carrying out assignments, digital tools, softwares, and then the names are, we have myriad, a multitude of names. If you look at South Africa, you have the Cape Town University in South Africa that is engaged in arts and digital courses. Here in Nigeria, Yaba College of Technology, University of Lagos, and not only teaching courses in that line, but are equally using some of these softwares to facilitate teaching in classroom. Lagos, the University of Lagos is one of the institutions that during the COVID-19 period really incorporated, communicating and teaching students using the Google Meet and using Zoom links.
Yes.
And they're using Google Forms to give out to give to students in order for them to facilitate attendance, to fill forms, and so many other activities. Kenya is not left out of the equation, as the Brook House Institute of Learning in Kenya is also using their tools, and so much other schools in those places. So we are getting there, but we are not there yet.
Yes.
Although we see these on the larger scale in some select universities, but we need to come down to the high schools, called secondary schools, and also primary schools. Even though sometimes the adopting and adapting these technical skills or this technology, makes school fees, to soar. However, in this age, it's not a plan B. It's not negotiable. It must be used, because if you don't use it, you'll be left behind. And I don't think students or parents will want to register their words in such schools that will not adopt digital literacy. If you look at it very well in the country, including the judiciary in Nigeria, there is an arrangement for them. Vividly, there was a time the United States were going to return some of the stolen money back into the country, and they were giving conditions on why and how that money would be disbursed, and the percentage of it, a larger percentage of it was, put aside to digitally tool our legislative arm of government, not the legislature, I beg your pardon, the judiciary, so that we could bring them up to speed and bring it to the next phase. So I'm not surprised, and if this is tailored in the line of education, I think we're in the right direction.
Thank you very much. I think we're also in the right direction, but I'm also looking at, if you look at accessibility to digital learning, really and truly, how many of these students have access to these digital tools, especially in schools nowadays? I remember most of the digital learning or platforms that I use, I learned it outside the school area. For instance, CorelDRAW. When I started using CorelDRAW, I had left school. I learned it on my own, and that's because I had the drive, I had the passion. I just wanted to learn it. I used to draw, so I wanted, how can I use the computer to draw? How can I, create images with the computer? So I had to learn it on my own. But imagine if we'd been taught in schools. Now, there's that gap, because if you go to our public schools, that's another conversation. And not just even public schools, even the
Private
local
schools.
Police station, how many of them have computers? We were talking about JAM yesterday, but if you look at what happened in JAM, part of it was digital literacy. It was lack of digital literacy, because we had a student who said, she answered a particular question, she thought that was it, and she pressed OK and submitted. She didn't know it was just
a particular question, and that amounted to the failure.
So a lot of people were not, conversant. Even our guests said it, as most people were not conversant with how to use these computers and these softwares and all that. So I'm looking at how the government can bridge in that gap. Yes, the government cannot provide this for private schools, but for the public schools, the government schools, how can we bridge this gap? Because in some areas, they don't even know what a computer is. They don't even. But these days, parents who have the luxury of funds send their children to, big schools, expensive schools, where they are taught coding, where they are taught how to use different softwares. If you look at the common secondary school student today and ask, can you use Microsoft Word or any of Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint? What would the answer be? If you pick 10 students from private university and 10 students from government schools, what would you get? So how can we bridge that gap? And it boils down on affordability. How can the government make it accessible? I've interviewed so many people who came out with great plans. They approached the government that, okay, look, I can provide certain amounts of computers to school, and we can have an agreement or a concession whereby you pay for a certain amount of years. But because of the bureaucracy and all that, it didn't come into fruition. I've met different people who, I've met a man who said he wanted in 10 years' time that every student in Nigeria would have access to a computer.
Okay, so I remember vividly when I was in the university, the former governor of Osun State, Ralph Aregbesola, brought up an education policy whereby students in secondary school will have access to tabs. And these tabs will have, depending on the ones that were deployed to JSS1, JSS2, JSS3, SS1, SS2, SS3, and all their courses that they had to study for that specific point in time, you know, were already uploaded into those tabs. So they go to school, they pick it up, and they already have foreknowledge of the topic to be read, to study, because the teacher will be coming to class. So they already did, I think it was called Okmoimo during those periods. So I don't really remember the translation of that name from Yoruba to English, Okmoimo. So it was not sustained. He received the bashing of his administration when he brought out that initiative. But I think it was a good one. However, it should be sustainable. But it was not sustained. If we take care of it at the root of our education system, both the private sector and the public sector will be, recruiting these people. So from their secondary school or from primary schools, they will already have this digital knowledge. And there are lots of it that we are to.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll dive into the program proper. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune. Souq News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5 using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Our topic for today is digital literacy and 21st century skill development. And we'll be looking at the impact of digital tools in arts education and how teachers are adapting to these new digital skills in classrooms. We have a special guest live in our studio today. He is a veteran journalist and a public finance analyst. Mr. Kehinde Adiaga joins us live today in Just Africa. It's a pleasure to have you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we're looking at digital literacy. So in your own words, to a layman, take us through what is digital literacy and of what importance it is to our society today.
Well, digital literacy, like it implies, is intending to get people to know. It's like saying you have something that is not known to others before then. Now you are bringing an instrument or you are bringing a device that can get the person or the people to know what all this thing is all about. And so when you are deploying it, you need to know what is the level of those you are deploying this software, instruments, or whatever to. I think where we are getting it wrong in Africa is we mobile up everything to say, oh, digital literacy is for everybody. It is for everybody, but there are segments, there are categories, and there are levels. So if you look at the levels, you need to know how would these levels be able to get to know or accept and have a full knowledge of what the intention is all about. And that is why developed countries are better off us. They started it from cradle. We want to start it from primary school. And the primary school you want to deploy it to, they don't have the software, they don't have the materials. For instance, you want to deploy a computer. Let's take instance, the recent JAM issue. You deploy a computer. How many of those students have seen a computer or have used or have worked on computer? The highest they may have, maybe their phone. Phone is not the same thing as computer. Yes, it may have the same, what do you call it now? The same work box or whatever.
Okay.
But it's not as the same as when you are typing. There are things that you need to do in computer that you can't quickly do on a phone.
Yes.
And there are things you can do faster on your phone than the computer. So this is the reason why you see so many young ones, they fiddle with their phone more than the computer. And you need to let them know the essence or the difference between the two. It's the same thing, the same function they are performing. But when you want to deploy it for a purpose, they are two different things. The JAM thing that we talk about, you cannot use your phone to quickly get into whatever thing, the questions and what have you.
Yes.
The computer, you can see it very bold, and then you can quickly respond. But in your phone, it's tiny. And so getting to respond, the response time is, slower than the computer timing. So all this we need to look at before we can say we are deploying this software to anybody. I may not be an IT person. You may be an IT person. The way you will take it, the way you'll be taught, should be different from the way I will be taught. So what you see is that people don't know what they are doing. They just go into it. Not because they don't know, but because they just want to. And so we here in Africa, or let's say Nigeria, let me be particular about Nigeria. We want to say we know, even when we don't know. So there's a need for the deployment of knowledge, impacting knowledge into those who want to use those instruments. Otherwise, we won't get anywhere. Developed countries, they would have been teaching their kids how to use all these things. And as they grow, they learn more, new things. And they on their own can even produce that item, that instrument they are using. But here, I doubt if you can see any Nigerian who would say, I can produce a laptop or a phone, a manufacturer. You get it. Not because we don't have the knowledge.
Yes.
We do have the knowledge. But the starting point is what we don't have. And I think it's high time we start to know. Even government itself need to learn certain things. You don't just jump into things because people are doing it or because you know people said this is working for other client or other environment and you want to go into it. No, you need to study it. That's the reason why they say understudy people so that you can learn, so that you can know, and you can better off the person who taught you.
Yes.
Okay. So these are some of the things.
Yes. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you think our education system needs a policy drive to overhaul it? The reason why I'm asking that question is because until COVID came, the way we transformed in both our educational industry and the work life of Nigerians, the transformation became very, very vivid and broad. During that time, University of Lagos really brought in the digital platform to teach and lecture students, even without them coming to class because of the peculiarity of the disease. Now not every university have that kind of facility. So, but do you think if the government can use policy to inculcate it right from the secondary school or from primary school, will we get it right? Or what are some of the implications you think that might be a drawback?
You are right with that. Government need to start from somewhere. And where they start from is policy. That policy is very key. And that's why in most cases they say one single government policy can make or mar that industry or sector. So having known that, the government need to encourage. And you see, in everything, once you can encourage people, they will adapt. But in a situation where you want to encourage, you are holding the stick on the left hand, you are holding the carrot on the right hand.
Yeah.
You are making such person who wants to learn to be fearful.
Oh, okay.
Because he's looking at the stick, he's looking at the carrot. Which one does he take? Or which one will he take? He wants to take the carrot, but he's afraid of the stick. And so learning becomes extremely difficult because our environment is not a learning encouragement environment. So we need to first and foremost get the environment to be conducive. You see some classes, some schools, their classes are not conducive for learning. Let us not deceive ourselves. During the COVID, like you said, it opened us up to know that these things that we are doing physically, we can do it via the phone. We can do it without one presence. And that is why the digitalization in Nigeria need to move fast. Otherwise, we'll just be going behind those who brought this digital learning or digital instrument for us to take into. Because if we have it now, let's take it. Let's look at all the schools. If you talk about computer, they will say, yeah, we know everything about it. If you talk about phone, of course, a primary school student, the phone he's using, even a worker may not use it. But is it deploying everything about that phone? Is it making use of everything that is in that phone to the benefits that he deserves? No, they are using it for a different thing completely. How can you imagine a kid playing on phone, of a phone of maybe a 500,000 worth of a phone, and all he's doing with it is just to play games? It's wasting and causing, what do you call it now, the benefit to that person. For instance, let me give an instance. When I first bought my car, the first thing that came to my mind was, how do I make this car to bring back the money I've used in buying it?
Okay.
And the next thing was, anywhere I go, if it's going to generate money, I know I'm benefiting. If it's not going to generate money, it means I'm spending, I'm incurring bills on it. Is that what I want? No. So what I want is something that will bring back what I've expended. And that is the reason why the phone ought to bring back. Today you see some people, of course, some of our people use it for negative purposes, which is not. Some in developed countries, some of them use it for benefits. Somebody will, okay, like the games. I had one time that if you play a game on the system on your phone, you get some money. And I've been trying to know what it is. By the time I knew, I saw it like, oh, it's a bad thing, and I'm not into that. I don't take to that. I don't like it, so I don't preach it. But it's benefiting some people. Some people are using it to benefit their life. And this is what we are saying. If there's anything you can use to benefit your life, benefit your economy, benefit your environment, it's better than you deploying such thing to the detriment of others or to the detriment of your economy. Because as we speak right now, we have AI. We call it
artificial intelligence.
Yes. Now, people see it like a real thing. In Nigeria, we see it like a real thing, whereas it is just telling us that this thing can do the function or can perform the function of a real person.
Yes.
Do we take it that way? We are not. So what we are doing is, because it has been deployed, artificial intelligence, and then somebody come and use it to defraud. That's not the purpose. The purpose is for you to know that this thing can do the function of a real being. And when you look at a real being, what is a real being doing? Something that can be physical, something that can be legitimate. But we transform that into a defrauding thing. Something that you can use to defraud, something that you can use to take advantage of others in the negative way, which is not good. Artificial intelligence is good. In fact, all the manufacturers or the producer or whatever abroad, they will tell you why they did this. And they will give instances. They will, okay, look at Google. If you are going, they say, if you want to go to a place, go on your Google. Some people have gone to the extent of saying, that's negatively. To say, Google, tell me what is happening there. Must Google tell you what is happening in the secret place of somebody? It's not. But that is the mentality we have.
Okay.
Wanting to say, because this thing is for this purpose, you now transform it into another thing entirely. We are here in the studio now. Somebody will be there and say, Google, tell me what is happening in that studio. It's not supposed to be.
Okay, so let me sorry to butt in again here. Now, let me take you back to the classroom. Education. Some of these apps, some of this software that enables students to learn even what is not in their curriculum, make them very, very equipped for the marketplace. But it's completely out of the curriculum in their schools. They go to Coursera to learn digital skills. They go to Udemy to learn digital skills. Corel Draw, you can use that to draw. They don't teach them in primary, in secondary schools. Neither is it taught in the university. PowerPoint, they are taught by themselves. They can learn PowerPoint. Lightroom, which is used to edit pictures. And because they have learned this, or because of the availability of all these tools, the school curriculum, which they are used to teaching the student, did not really prepare the student for the marketplace. But because they go through all these instruments, digital skills, knowingly or unknowingly, they've prepared themselves for the marketplace, and it has made them even more competitive and even to earn and to make themselves, independent.
Yes.
This is working in their advantage, though we've not started looking at the disadvantage. How can we harness this to make them even more relevant in the marketplace?
That's why we say policy. Educational-wise, look at, let's take it. I go back to JAM. This new system that was deployed was just a recent thing to say all students will work with the computer to respond to their question and what have you.
But it was brought about since 2010.
2013.
It's a more recent thing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
In the past, it wasn't like that. It means that the government saw the need. Or, let's say somebody who is in charge saw the need for that thing to be in place and introduced it to the government accepted and adopted it. But what they failed to do is to say, let's look at the benefit, the advantage and the disadvantages. How do we work on it so that, like the problem they had now, that problem is something that ordinarily shouldn't come up at all. Because, one, you must think of the power supply. It's not something that must be fluctuating. Because somebody is responding to a question and then there is network problem. It goes off. And the way they have structured it is such that if you are on this item now, you are responding on this item, and there is a fluctuation, it doesn't concern the system. They have programmed it in that manner that it goes to the
back
next.
to the beginning. Or it goes to the next?
Yes, it goes to the next. And by the time it goes to the next,
and you can't go back.
You can't go back. So we are not looking at those things. Like I was telling somebody that the JAM people have said, yes, they are sorry, they have accepted the guilt. And they said they are going to, some students will rewrite. How do you know those who will rewrite? The location and what time.
Yeah, the centers that experience the guilt.
Good. The centers, fine.
Yes.
What is the communication period? Remember, some of these students come from a distance. Some maybe from Ogun State came to Lagos. He may be residing in Ogun State, but as at the time he was going to write exam, he's writing it in Lagos. Now, how do you get the person to prepare? The short time they have given, they said between 16th and 19th. You will still discover that there will be issues because people will still complain to say we were not informed early enough, or we didn't get the information, or we didn't know anything. So the area that the government need to look into is any system, any policy you are bringing in, look at the advantage and disadvantage. Mitigate against the disadvantage. And that is why you see most cases or most times Nigeria take advantage of the loopholes. Like you rightly said, that some students develop themselves.
Yes.
In developing themselves, they want to price themselves high. But what they also didn't know is if you must price yourself high, are you competitive with others? If you are not, then why you would eventually discover that you price yourself out.
Okay, so let me come in here again. During my time, and probably maybe your time, we were taught with chalks and blackboards.
Yes.
These days, students or schools that are well-to-do
Yeah.
have digital whiteboards, and they use stylus to write on the boards.
Exactly.
And not all students or not all parents can afford that.
Exactly.
Do you think this movement, because we need to be at par with what obtains in other parts of the world, so our students can be competitive at a global level, do you think this will enhance learning, or it will be some form of distraction of students?
No, it will enhance learning. It's advantageous to students, but at a cost. And there's no gain without a cost. So any parent that wants his or her world to be competitive must be willing and ready to provide the means. If you can.
Okay.
That is the reason why we have tertiary institutions in levels. For instance, if you cannot send your student or your ward to university or polytechnic, it can go to a technical school. It's the same thing. A technical school where he or she will be taught how to do these things practically. And over time, that person will go up. Majority of those who manufacture or produce these softwares, not many of them went to school. Not many of them went to school. They develop this, they learn it from outside the walls of the school. And they gradually develop.
Specialized schools that impart those knowledge.
Exactly. And gradually they develop. Having developed, they on their own now decided, okay, this is where I am going. And it will take me these years or months or whatever period. They are ready to continue the process. But in our own case, our young ones, I'm sorry to say, they are not willing and ready, excuse me, to go through the learning process. The moment you go outside, go and do a survey, you see a child who knows something about the system, about the phone. The next thing is, by next Monday or by next, I have to have a car. How do you get a car? Is it by just what you have just learned or done that you think you can have a car? And if you have a car, are you able to sustain it? They are not thinking about the sustainability. They are thinking of just having it and then move on. By the time they now have it and then start using it, once there is a problem, it's abandoned. And that's why you see all over the places, abandon project, abandon this, abandon that. Because we do not accept that everything is gradual, everything is systematic in the process where you have to go through. You are here now. If you have somebody who has to learn from you or to understudy you, the next thing if the person is not seeing money out of it, he feels, what am I learning? Whereas what is he or she is learning from you is this future, not immediate. You started somewhere and you know where you are going. The fact that you have not gotten to that place now does not mean you won't get there.
Okay, Mr. Kende. Okay, I know. Okay, Olumide wants.
All right. So, two things I want to ask. You said that this learning process is in segments.
Yes.
So the first question is, what age range, or at what age do you think is ideal enough for a child or a ward to start learning? Secondly, let's look at digital inequality in communities. There are some regions that they don't even have classrooms, not to talk of have access to these computers. Yeah. Do you think the government is doing enough? How can we bridge the gap?
Okay, let me start from this last question. As far as I feel or I think now, government is not doing much in terms of education. Let us just say it. What the government is all about now is transformation. And if you want to transform, you look at areas where you want to transform. Education, if you look at it, is not part of their pattern or their system or a segment or sector that they want to transform. They are looking at financial transformation in sectors. What is happening now will not take us there. It is when somebody is educated that person can assimilate what you want to pass on. If you want to teach me something and I don't know it, it will be difficult for me to accept what you are teaching me. I will see it like nonsense. But if I'm educated, if I'm taught, I will see where you are going and I will know what I want to get out of it. Now, government needs to quickly, as a matter of urgency, look at the educational system. Our educational system is appalling. And we need to work on that, to both the teachers and the students. Because it is when the teachers are well equipped. A teacher whose salary is nothing to write home about. Is that the teacher that you want him to buy a phone that can expose him further? No. Is that the teacher that you expect him to get a laptop that can expose him further? No, he can't. So he will be restricted and limited by his means. And that means that what you want to transfer to the student is archaic. It's not something recent. It's not something new. Yes, the archaic thing that we talk about may be good, but is it bringing the change that we desire? It's not. So government need to look into that. First and foremost, if you look at the budget of the government, education sector is zero. It's not as if there's no budget for it, but as far as what is happening is concerned, we cannot equate it with the budget of security or other sector. They are both important, but the very thing that is very important, mostly important, is education. Even the security we are talking about, the people you want to deploy billions to, how educated are they in handling? You are buying sophisticated weapons. The people you are buying it for, are they educated in handling it? Are they educated in knowing how to deploy it, how to do, where to go and what not to do? They are not. Recently, I attended a workshop, a training program for officers, police officers who will be handling cases of rape and what have you. They were being taught the system, the level at which they go in ensuring that when they talk about rape, you can say, yes, there was a rape. And how do you go by it? Is one level of understanding to the other. Not a case where, why did you dress shabbily? Why did you expose yourself? It has come to the level where now they have to sit down with that person to psychologically know what, put themselves in the position of that person, that they are the one feeling it. So when you put yourself in that position, you'll be able to extract information and you'll be able to know whether there was an established rape or not. So when you are going for your investigation, there's a way you go about it. Unlike the past period where a policeman, the moment you talk, they will say, why are you there? What took you there and that? No. Now it's a case of, how did you get there? What happened? How were you molested and things like that. It's a system. It's a pattern that when they follow it, they will get the necessary information. Otherwise, it will be nonsense. And that is the reason why we must get educated, whether young or old, big or small, even if you like, let you be Dangote of this world. If you are not educated, the man we talk about now, that is big. If he doesn't have the education, yes, he may not have gone through the four walls of university or polytechnic, but even as he is, as an entrepreneur, he's still learning.
Okay.
If he didn't learn, the area he went to now, he won't be able to stand and respond because he's learning. That's why he could say, oh, this is the situation, this is the situation. And people are seeing him like, this man is a genius. It's not that he's a genius, it's because he gave himself to be taught. And that's why government needs to do that. Education in every area is key and important.
All right. So earlier on, before we came on the show, me and my colleague, we were talking about Osun State and how a governor came in and wanted to, distributed tabs in schools and all that, but there was no continuum.
Yeah.
So yes, now you're saying the government should do, but what about state governors? What can they do? They can contribute their own quota to this and make digital literacy.
You see, again, let me say that we should not put everything on government. There are alumni of institutions. Like my own alumni now, I know that we are doing a whole lot in transforming the school. And we started by providing laptops. We renovated some classrooms to be conducive for learning. We improve on the library. Because these are areas that we expect that if they are okay, it will be better for the student to catch up. It will be better for them to assimilate whatever thing they are being taught. Now, if we have to go in that direction, it will help us. I keep saying that everything should not be laid on government's door. If there are things that we on our own can do to better our lot, to better our environment, let us do it. If we fail to do it, it will affect us. It's not the government. Government is continuum. One government comes and go. And if you are waiting for this government to do this thing and they are not doing it, and you have the will and the enablement to do it and you are not doing it, it will backfire on you, not the government. Yes, the government would have been seen as not being responsible to the people. But what step do we as individuals do? What step did we take? So to come to that question, what that means is that state government must also be willing to partner with individual corporate organizations. There are so many corporate organizations and individuals who want to assist. But when they go to the government, from cases that we have had, they will say, bring the money. And nobody wants to drop the money because they know that the essence of that thing will be defeated. They are not going to do it. So they want on their own to be able to be part of it. And so government should have a listening ear. If anybody comes to say, we want to partner with you, accept that partnership. But there should be an understanding around it. All right, you want to partner with us, this is how much you are bringing, this is where we are going to deploy it, and then there will be a monitoring. You should not be exempted or you should not be kept aside from knowing what you have partnered with. If you are contributing any amount, you have the right to know how that money is spent. And that will help us. So, as it were now, government need to encourage more people to be able to do a whole lot about all these things. Otherwise, we will just discover that we have ideas, but they are not well thought out and they cannot be implemented. It is when an idea is well thought of that you can well implement it. Otherwise, it will just be an idea that will just go down like that. So I think that's what we should do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kehinde Adeaga, for your line of thought. It's been so much pleasure having you on this program.
Thank you very much.
All right, so this is where we would wrap up today's edition of Just Africa. So we'll take a short video as we're wrapping up. It's the uniqueness of Africa. We're doing a report on Chad. Until next time, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Oyinpriye Krumale, and thanks for watching.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Zakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for Souq News TV.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Mojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I would spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenipa. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing. Radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out. You could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, you know? Remember this commercial, you know, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know? So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. That's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And You did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay? So the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Goshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street, off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school. And I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. you took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, more so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start off there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, so you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalinde, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalinde and Ikoyi, Balinde/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England. But they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts. And I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, she can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary. I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin. was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And Nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goody, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, we were still feeling very hot about the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. Two black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own prime minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. Not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians, but somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really, you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever. which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station from, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first act all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and he wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Kubaru every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened. And that's, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state would ask me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adelanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lead commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas And maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. My son, oh man. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you he wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyniko Oyèkán graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a year two of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house, first of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right type of food, eat Chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, Yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the woman wants were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
And your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 2nd class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics, I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. we had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu has called for stronger economic diplomatic cooperation between Nigeria and Mali, saying West African nations must work together to thrive. He made this known yesterday while receiving the letter of credence from Mali's new ambassador to Nigeria, Omar Coulibaly, at the State House in Abuja. President Tinubu reaffirmed Nigeria's support for Mali's return to democratic rule, describing the country as a brother nation. The Malian envoy conveyed warm greetings from his president, Assimi Goïta, and praised Nigeria's continued leadership role in Africa, especially in peacekeeping and diplomatic mission. President Tinubu also received letters of credence from 5 other diplomats representing the Netherlands, Tanzania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Russia, and Switzerland. In separate meetings, he pledged to deepen ties in key sectors such as steel production, nuclear energy, film, and trade. The president further commended Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan for our leadership role and welcomed the growing investment links between Nigeria and Switzerland. President Tinubu also reiterated Nigeria's commitment to building stronger global partnerships that promote peace, innovation, and economic development. The Nigerian Senate is considering a new legislative push to tackle crude oil theft, with proposals to classify large-scale offenders such as terrorists and other non-state actors. Senate President Godswill Akpabio made the revelation during a two-day public hearing on the impact of oil theft in the Niger Delta, represented by his deputy, Jibrin Barrow. Akpabio said the 10th Assembly would not sit alone while the nation loses billions of dollars in revenue. The Senate President said offenders must face stiffer penalties, including terrorism charges, as part of the broader measures to protect the country's oil assets. Among the proposals are real-time monitoring of oil production, digital metering, the systems, and tighter collaboration between security agencies, anti-corruption bodies, and the international partners. Akpabio also called for greater involvement of host communities and urged oil companies to invest in advanced surveillance technologies. Recent estimates suggest that Nigeria loses up to 400,000 barrels of crude oil daily, costing the nation 44 billion naira annually and fueling insecurity across the region. Still in the nation's National Assembly, the House of Representatives is considering a bill that would make voting compulsory for all eligible Nigerians in the national and state elections. The proposed amendment to the Electoral Act 2022, which passed second reading on Thursday, the 15th, is jointly sponsored by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and Plateau lawmaker Daniel Asama. If passed, the law would require citizens aged 18 and above to vote or face penalties, including a fine of up to 100,000 naira or 6 months imprisonment for failure to vote without valid justification. Supporters of the bill said it would address Nigeria's low voter turnout and deepen democratic participation. During debate, lawmaker Daniel Asama argued that making voting a legal obligation would instill civic responsibility and reduce vote buying. He also called for a review of INEC's dual mandate, saying its roles as both electoral organizers and political party regulatory body may create inefficiencies and perceived bias, but not all lawmakers are on board. Opposition lawmakers voiced strong objections, citing insecurity, lack of public trust in the electoral process, and an outdated voter registry as the concerns. The bill has now been forwarded to the House Committee on Electoral Matters for further review. Moving on, the Nigerian Customs Service has issued a strong warning to importers and clearing agents to desist from falsehood declarations and underpayment of duties. During a meeting with shipping correspondents in Lagos, the controller of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Mohammed Shaibu, announced plans to intensify intelligence-driven operations to curb smuggling and economic sabotage. Shaibu emphasized that the unit will rely more on surveillance and strategic information rather than indiscriminate container checks on highways. The controller noted that seizures of contrabands, including illicit drugs, would soon be made public. He added that the service is also deepening collaboration with other agencies and the media to raise awareness on the benefits of compliance with trade regulations. Shaibu also disclosed that many importers unknowingly use unapproved routes and emphasized the need for better sensitization to help traders adopt the correct procedures. Now we move on to the foreign scene, where Russia and Ukraine are set to meet for peace talks in Istanbul, Turkey today, the first phase of negotiations over 3 years. The meeting taking place at the historic Dolmak Palace follows renewed international pressure, particularly from United States President Donald Trump, to find a diplomatic solution to Europe's deadliest conflict since World War II. While expectations for progress remain low, the talks mark a rare moment of engagement. Ukraine will be represented by Defense Minister Rostem Umerov and top military and intelligence officials, while Russia is sending a delegation led by Kremlin aide Vladimir Mendinsky alongside senior defense officials and intelligence functionaries. Russia continues to insist on demands Ukraine considers unacceptable, including territorial concerns and abandonment of NATO aspirations. Meanwhile, Ukraine is seeking strong international guarantees for future security. The United States President Donald Trump has secured new business and technology agreements with the United Arab Emirates valued at over $200 billion. The deals were announced after Trump met with United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed in Abu Dhabi during a diplomatic visit to the Gulf country. Key highlights include a $14.5 billion aircraft deal with Etihad Airways, a new investment in oil and gas, and a major expansion into artificial intelligence. Both countries also unveiled a 5-gigawatt AI campus set to be the largest outside the United States and launched a framework for a partnership and AI collaboration. Trump praised the United Arab Emirates' commitment to building closer ties with the United States of America, revealing that the Gulf nation plans to invest $1.4 trillion in the United States of America and its economy over the next decade. The visit also saw the United States and the United Arab Emirates reach a preliminary deal for the Gulf country to import 500,000 high-grade NVIDIA AI chips annually. The White House says the agreement includes measures to align United Arab Emirates national security rules with the United States, ensuring safeguard against unauthorized technology transfer. And that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Coming up next is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
the bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we had 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's, targets, you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena.
As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating businesses that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side does not suffer. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Resaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta. The 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The 3 Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Good afternoon and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your midday business fix when numbers meet nuance and headlines get a reality check. I'm Omobola Sandra, your guide through today's top stories shaping Nigeria's business terrain. On today's program, we begin with urban renewal in Lagos State. Governor Sanwo-Olu has approved the Apapa Central Business District, a move aimed at revitalizing one of the country's most commercially strategic yet notoriously congested zones. But will it bring genuine change, or is it just another coat of fresh paint on old problems? We'll also examine Nigeria's power conundrum. The Minister of Power says we need $10 billion annually for the next 20 years to achieve stable electricity. It's a bold figure and also a bold ambition. The real question is, does the current roadmap match the scale of the challenge? And then next, we also turn to the kitchens, or more accurately, the markets. New data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows food inflation surging in Benue, Ekiti, and Kebbi states. As prices rise and food security weakens, we ask, how much of this is economic and how much is fallout from insecurity? And finally, a diplomatic detour to the Vatican as Nigeria's president receives an invitation from the newly elected Pope. It may be ceremonial, but could this visit hold deeper significance for Nigeria's global relations and soft power? So, from Apapa to the Vatican, it's a full plate today, and join us to unpack these topics in our own way. And with us, we have our in-house policy power, Dr. Ida Hosa. Good afternoon.
Sandra, pleasant to be with you this afternoon.
I also have the ever-insightful Moyosore Adebi. How are you doing?
Pleasure as always, thank you.
And also, Mr. Chuck John Rogers. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm still trying to be better.
You're trying? It can only get better from here. All right, so we'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. We cut deep into the first story for the day.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has approved the establishment of the Apapa Central Business District, CBD, as part of broader efforts to boost infrastructure efficiency and support a thriving commercial environment in one of Nigeria's most vital economic zones. The announcement was made by the Special Advisor to the Governor on CBD, Bola Olumegun Lawal, during a ministerial briefing commemorating the second anniversary of the Governor's second term. The new CBD initiative aims to improve road infrastructure, enhance environmental cleanliness, and address persistent issues such as illegal street trading that hinder economic activity in the area. Mr. Olumegun Lawal highlighted the administration's developmental vision for business districts across Lagos, noting that ongoing reforms in Lagos Island Ikeja CBDs serve as models. These efforts include strategic traffic management, hopefully, beautification projects, and the removal of illegal structures, all aimed at fostering orderly commerce and boosting investor confidence. The collaboration with agencies like LOMA, that's Lagos State Waste Management Authority, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, further underscores a cross-sector approach to ensuring security, compliance, and efficient service delivery within the commercial zones. There's a lot that we're actually looking forward to. There's the emphasis on the importance of stakeholder participation, urging transport unions, market leaders, local residents to actively support and uphold government regulations. Regular stakeholders' engagements are a key part of the CBD strategy to ensure transparency and also cooperation in implementing the reform. So by transforming Apapa into a structured and business-friendly district, the state government is looking to reinforce its commitment to economic development, urban renewal, and making Lagos a competitive commercial hub in Lagos or in Nigeria or West Africa at large. So the conversation around Apapa, is it a long time coming? Are we excited about this? And what does it mean for the Lagos state economy? I'll start with you, Dr. Idahosa.
Well, I think for me, part of the Greater Lagos project, to see that Lagos is described like a mega city, is one that, of course, is welcoming, especially realizing that Lagos is the commercial nerve center of the country, and thinking about people who are doing very well, and there's so much money around, but also with the money is also so much slum. And especially in this area where we're talking about Apapa, which of course used to be the highbrow area in the whole of Lagos State. So the who in Nigeria had lived in Apapa. And so today, that whole area has become a shadow of itself, from Ijora, Causeway to Boundary, through Ajegunle, a lot of those areas that are supposed to be a sign of what everybody wants to see has become a mess of itself. And I think the cleanup is urgently needed. But how government will be able to achieve that without resistance is another question that, of course, will need to be addressed by the Lagos State government, because the people who currently occupy those places, they may necessarily have to be moved if that dream will have to come true, because as you know it now, Baba and its environs have become almost like a slum. And no thanks to the port that is situated along that corridor. And everybody, the wharf rat and everybody are all around in those places and really creating the mess in the space. So I think that government, beyond speaking, will really need to do a lot in terms of addressing the infrastructure decay in Apapa area.
Well, Mr. Chooks, what do you think? Do you support? Is it a long time coming, and is this something? Why did it have to take this long for us to have that transformation in Apapa?
Apapa has waited, Apapa has prayed, and Apapa is seeing.
Apapa has been on his knees.
Apapa is seeing something on paper right now. I'm happy with this because I know it's possible. If we look at what has happened before, antecedents, if we remember 10, 15 years ago, there was a place called Oshodi. Although that didn't complete, but at least it started. Compared to what it is now. So Apapa can also see a better lease of life. Now, for Apapa, just like Doc said, Apapa used to be the haven for those that were dreaming. If you wanted to see, in quote, the elite, you just drive through Apapa. We still have some of those beautiful houses and estates there, but things surrounding them right now won't even let you get close to those particular places. And looking at the ports and their proximity to the ocean and the sea, we're supposed to see the best kind of estates, amenities around that place, but it's unfortunately is the opposite that we are seeing. So for the Lagos State government to stand up and say it's time for us to do the needful, we just wish that they will go beyond paper, beyond rhetorics, and get it done. Then also we need to consider that the commercial activity that is coming with the port will be affected. Not just the official commercial activity. There are unofficial commercial activities that are also legal, but they are all happening around there, not just the wharf rats. There are a lot of markets that happen there, officially legal markets, but they are not supposed to be there. They can't be somewhere else. And they've littered that whole place and causing a whole lot of congestion and problem. So how do they now get to move this market and still let them function? Because the government need them, the people need them.
Yeah, but I just think that there's a big and a more fundamental challenge, really, because the port is not an issue. If you get to Marrakesh and you get to Casablanca, just in common Morocco here, and see the nature and the beauty around their port, you won't think that business is happening there. If you go to UAE, Dubai, and see the port environment, you see the cleanliness that is all there. I think one of the issues that we must need to also address is whether dirtiness is part of the culture of our people that must be dealt with. And that's very, very, very important. And I think that's where Lagos really need to put feet on the ground, dirtiness. Because I remember reading from third to first world, Lee Kuan Yew said before they could build a modern Singapore, they had to first of all remove third world mentality from the head of the Singaporeans. And I think that needs to happen in this place.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Moyo now. I mean, what do you think as regards Apapa?
It's been a long time coming. When we're having a conversation. I was having a conversation with Doc about how Apapa. He said it was the signature of all eyes. It's an important place. We have the ports there, generating trillions a year. So this is also, calls to question, why do we have areas that are their nerve centers, very important, and we let infrastructural decay just take over the place? I was telling Chuk that I've been there once, I'm not going there again. You will not see me there
Traveling
again.
through Apapa can be actually very...
The roads, it's almost like you're trying to kill me. How did we let it get to that point in the first instance? Yes, we still have some nice estates in there, but if the journey for me to get there is looking like that, then there's a problem. So again, there are going to be a lot of issues here. As the Doc said, there's going to be some resistance. There's the issue of gentrification will come into play here, because there are going to be low-income residents who live there that are going to be like, where am I going to go?
The shanties.
The shanties that they let, take over most of the place. So those are the things that we're going to have to look at. But it's also important to note that when you have an area that is a nerve center business-wise for the nation, it should be a priority that at least there's proper infrastructure there. And also, again, about the dirtiness. This is not the first time we've talked about this thing in Lagos. The last time somebody trended about talking about Lagos being dirty, what Lagosian said was that the person should go back to their home states. That's not how we approach things. That's not how you approach conversations. So this is needed. It's a long time coming, and I hope that the government are prepared for all the challenges that will arise, because there would be some resistance. Definitely, it's just what it is.
There will be some resistance, of course. Even for whether good or bad. But now the question is, are we looking forward to any meaningful or significant, addendum to the economy of Lagos State with Apapa becoming a CBD? Are we looking forward to any? Is it going to translate into anything financial for Lagos State?
Yep. When we're talking about, when they did the Costain, the road around Costain back then, when they did it, you saw a lot of businesses spring up. You look at that road now, there are a lot of insurance companies there. So obviously, if you make the place better, and transportation is better, all those trucks can move a lot freer, there's no traffic, a lot more businesses will want to move to that area. It's just what it is.
A lot left in the first place. A lot left in
because of
yes.
But those good old days, what they used to call...
When you say good old days, I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
Be fair to me.
Now it's a good old day for me.
I don't know how good it is right now. Those days, during festivities, you have to go to Apapa.
Definitely.
To go experience some fun.
If you've not gotten to Apapa, you've not been anywhere.
Yeah. So I think really we can still recreate it. If, of course, and I think what is just important is that Lagos State need to be more stricter in terms of enforcing how people should live. And I think that's the major problem. Because it's human beings that are turning those places into slums, really. Yeah, but because they come, I see myself drive through Marina, and you're seeing people in a broad daylight defecating inside the water.
Lagos is not dirty. Don't.
No. But there's something that you can go there to look at it. You take your camera there. This one
is very tongue-in-cheek.
I'm not talking in the night. I'm talking in the daytime.
Broad daylight.
That's water burning. In the village they say bush burning, but here they are burning water in the
we don't do this in our Lagos, please.
And I think that government needs to do something about that. Because there's so much money around water, because tourism grows around water. Yes. Some years ago, in United Arab Emirates, they have just about 50 kilometers of water space around the entire emirate. And then the king of Abu Dhabi asked the question, what's the greatest thing that drives tourism? And he said, it's water. And he said, but we don't have water. And he came up with a very beautiful project to reconstruct water around so that their tourism potential can grow. But yeah, we have a big water here.
Amazing.
And all we do is defecate on it, and people cannot do sports on it. People cannot live around it, and that is really taking away resource from us.
I even love that he said that, because there's a where you take a boat from in Apapa right there.
Jetty.
There's a jetty right there in Apapa. I think I was going towards what's the name of that place? It's an island, so to speak. But the water was smelling. No, not Tinkan. The other one. No, the other one.
Carry on.
Anyway, it was smelling. The water was smelling. The water was dirty. So if we are going to really talk about, bettering the infrastructure of an area, especially Lagos, that most of it is water, I think we should also prioritize cleaning up our waterways.
You see, when I hear they talk about the blue economy, and there's something that they are missing out. I take people out, and we're in the UAE. We go to Dera Creek. And all you see there, from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. in Dera, there's market. Because all the boats are in the water, there's entertainment going on inside the boat, and all the people who come in to visit UAE, they are just driving. You see, 2 hours drive, they drive around the water, move around the water in Dera, and come back again, and they serve them food inside the boat, and they are paying for it. A lot of people are benefiting, not just government. The people who are doing the business are making money. The people who are driving the boats are making money. The musicians are making money inside the water.
And that's possible here.
And a lot of people come to the UAE to have this experience. Why can't we? God has given us so much that we can profit from.
Yeah.
But we have used our hands to actually damage. And I think that is the area where, of course, Lagos really need to be more real stringent. Yes, while we need these people to help us to win elections, we must also order them in such a way that they can become real, very, very civilized in terms of the way they live. I was talking to the DG Public Service Reform in Abuja, and I said to him, you see, there's a lot of things we are always afraid of. We can create new city for people. There are a lot of spaces in Lagos State today we can actually designate as farm settlements and areas and move people and create small bungalows where people can live a decent life and earn a decent living without really creating the kind of eyesore that we see in city centers.
Okay, another thing is this. If we remember, just like you were saying, those good old days of yours, I read it of history books. Now, we have train tracks that functioned well and was servicing the port. So a lot of the, if we put them in quote, trailers and trucks that come in to take containers out of the port, we really don't need them. If we have those lines, they are still there, just that they are no longer in use because of disrepair. If we have them back, we can now have a container port somewhere else. So we don't need these trucks plying those roads. That way we open up.
That's the major issue.
Open up the road some more.
As regards, the road infrastructure in Apapa. But if Lagos State has been able to achieve what it has achieved, Lagos Island, and what it has achieved, these are the two other central business districts that we have in Lagos State, Ikeja and Lagos Island. We should be able to replicate the success in Apapa. And just as, was stated during the announcement, the fact that the major reason for the creation of the Apapa CBD is, for maintenance issues, because it has been a big problem from time immemorial. There were rules that were brought up. Oh, the heavy-duty trucks can't move at a certain time. They can only move at a certain time and whatnot. But we look forward to the replication of the success of the Lagos Island CBD and the Ikeja CBD. You're still on to the Souq Business Landscape. We'll take a short break and we will be right back.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV.
Welcome back. It is still the Souq business landscape. I'm moving on to the next story. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says food prices rose the most in Benue, Ekiti, and Kebbi states. In its April report, NBS said Benue had the highest yearly food inflation rate at 51.76%, followed by Ekiti with 34.05% and Kebbi with 33.82%. And this means people in these states are spending much more on food than last year. NBS also said Benue, Ekiti, and Yobe saw the biggest month-to-month food price rise in April. Benue topped the list again with a sharp 25.59% rise. This may be linked to recent deadly attacks in Benue that have forced many people to flee their homes and farms. On the other hand, Ebonyi, Kano, and Ogun saw food prices drop last month. Across Nigeria, overall food inflation slowed slightly. The April food inflation rate was 2.06%, down from 2.18% in March. Prices of corn flour, yam flour, beans, and other local foods dropped a little. Headline inflation also dropped from 24% to 23.7% here now in April. It's very ironic, actually, if you ask me. Benue is supposed to be the food basket of the nation. What is going on at this time now?
What is going on is what we are directly saying. For our brothers and sisters in Benue, our hearts are with you, and we pray that you are safe where you are. Our farmlands are the main place where we are getting food from. For the people in Benue, they're not depending on somebody to import anything. Theirs is go to the farm, harvest, take to the market, pay for what you need for other supplies, and take care of yourself. Now, if they find it difficult to go to the farm, then there's a problem. For those that can go, they now have more mouths to feed because those that can't go have to depend on them. So the prices will soar. But what I'm trying to look at this particular figures is this. If the yam coming to Lagos is coming from that side too, how come the prices in Lagos, we don't have that hike? That's just what I'm thinking in my head.
Yeah, but you should understand that in Nigeria there are different categories of yam. So if you go to the market today, you find Onitsha yam, you find Abuja yam. So it's not just Benue that's producing the yam. So there are a lot of people who are producing yam. So Lagos is just like a hub. Everybody brings in what they have and they sell. Yeah, but that said, I think the challenge in Benue, and not just Benue, I think in the entire of the Middle Belt, exactly. Needs to be seriously addressed by the current government. And I feel, in my understanding, that some of these issues are over-politicized, and therefore we are really not treating them as they should, or the kind of priority that they should be given. And so it's a fundamental challenge. And I think that the current regime must do a lot to see how we bring peace to the entire of the Middle Belt. Because they are quite critical to the survival of this country. The crisis in Benue, the crisis in Taraba, the crisis in Plateau is not doing Nigeria any good. And we cannot overstate this. And I think the efforts of government should be in those areas. Yes, some of these crises may predate some of us who are sitting down here. It's not as if they are new. Maybe we will just a new emphasis on them. You see, the crisis in Benue is as old as 100 years. The same in Southern Kaduna, the same in Taraba. That, of course, this issue, how do we sit down to discuss them, is one thing that maybe the entire nation is running away from. Take, for example, you remember Zango Kataf in the southern part of Kaduna? They've been fighting for over 100 years. So why is this fight not abating? Why are generations inheriting this crisis? We're not speaking to that, but we just look at it from the political lens and say, oh, regime is not doing enough. But I think we need to actually look at the problem in this area in the face to be able to address them. Because many of them may not just be, as we call them, herdsmen attack. They are much more. Because some of these issues and where they are happening, you're finding that there are those who claim to be indigenous, and then, of course, there are those who claim to be settlers. Now, how do we ensure that both indigenous and settlers, they are all living together? It's a crisis that we need to manage. Yeah. We moved from here to other parts of the world. And I don't see it that it would be nice when we hear that because we have moved to some part of the world and then people are killing us because we just moved, or they say, oh, we cannot stay here, then we have to stay on the air. So we must find a way to create a balance in terms of the narrative so that we actually know what the problems are and then know how to address these issues and this problem. And I think that's fundamental. Of course, the state is not doing enough in terms of engaging both sides in this conversation. We do it as if that there are people who are perpetrating these heinous crimes. They are faceless. The truth is that they have faces to it, and government must find a way to do a proper stakeholder engagement and know why these things persist and how do we get out of the trouble.
So is it more about security or more about fiscal policies, government intervention and whatnot?
I think it's security. I have said this thing time and over on this table. When you look at our demographics, you see the way the nation has moved over time. In 1960, for example, we just have barely 46 million people who were living in Nigeria, and our land mass is less than 1,000 square kilometers. Yeah, if you compare that with a population of 440 million people in Canada, with a land size of over 10,000 square kilometers of land, you can imagine why they can accommodate more people coming in. But in Nigeria, rather than we even taking advantage of the land, you find that in the Northwest, for example, and in the Northeast, desertification has pushed civilization to the center. So over 50% of arable land in the Northeast has been taken over by sand. Now, these people that are living here hitherto can no longer fit into those environments. And so it's forcing a migration into the center. Now, and these people are struggling for life. Like they say, if you don't have anything to live for, you can die for any cause.
Well, if you don't have anything to live for, you can die with a cause. A lot of people have something to say as regards this particular conundrum that we have found ourselves. So let's take a quick listen to the voices from the streets.
It has not been moving very well like that. Even with the fact that the prices are dropping, but still, market are not moving very well.
Now, market is not move. With the money small, they go down now. Firstly, the transport fare, it costs everything to be it lets the market to cost because the way the transport fare, the money they use to transport, the money to use to transport the goods are too costly. And if we want to calculate the money, we add the transport fare in the market we bought. That makes it, and we bought it costly. From where we bought it, it has already cost. And the transportation also, we calculate it on it. All those make it to be cost. And dollars also affect our market. It affects it. The transport fares, it affects it.
The majority really affects the market, make and increase like that and transport. Because when you go to north, this is a good thing go for north, it's not rich like that. But with transportation, with the problem they go to, they can bring to Lagos, the money go increase. If you check how much they sell for, before no be the amount they sell them now. Before it should be about 2 something or 3 something, but now it's about 800 and something naira. I don't see them. So when you don't buy food, do all those kind while I finish. Before you go reach here, they go out their own money their own money for food. So the thing go come up. Now plenty challenges, so no be the amount they buy before they buy them now. Like this one, okay, let for example, now see this game now. Before we sell it for 700, 800 for pepper. But now it's 2,000. You don't see the difference. You see as take jump go, so the money it go up way. So because of say the goods they high, now make the market no they move. So now when it is still cheap, I will not say finish. I will only prepare to go ourselves go rest.
Most of goods are already dropping. Most of it are already dropping down. So it's not like maybe let's just say there is no money. The economy is bad. That's why everywhere is just dull and.
If I get money buy plate market, market will go move. I get many. If I get it like that, then we buy it. But no money that won't go buy it. because I won't buy all the market now. Now money, millions of millions. So me, I no get million. So now because of that, the market, plenty, go up.
Everything is affecting me, even affecting my family self. Because we cannot afford to buy food. Ordinary bread now, before, we are buying bread, boku bread. We are buying those sliced bread. We are buying it 1,000. It starts from 700. Now it's now 1,800. Bread, ordinary bread, or those sliced bread like boku and jendo bread. Even rice, we cannot. If you buy 500 rice now, it's like you buy 100 naira rice. You cannot buy beans to eat to eat rice. You cannot buy macaroni to eat rice. Everything is cost.
If they feel control price, maybe control price the feed day. The thing no go affect, but then do everything. This thing and what is it called? The control price issue. We say this thing.
Well, that's the reality of the average Lagosian. But then, of course, a lot of people, would attribute that to the fact that maybe we should have more agricultural, engagement here in Lagos. Let's have more farms in Lagos to reduce logistics, because that's what they blame the price hike on. By the time you have to bring in, the food items from the Benues and the Ekitis and the Kebbis, of Nigeria down to Lagos State. Do you think that in a way, maybe we need to decentralize our farming, the fact that we are way focused on one particular region to feed the entire country?
Well, I don't think that's a major problem. The fundamental here is the challenge that we face. Take, for example, if you are going to haulage probably yam or corn from Niger to this place, there are a lot of things that you are going to go through. The bad road is there. That's not motorable. You have police people on the road.
Checkpoints.
On the road. You have council people on the road. And right there in the farm, you also have people who are collecting illegal taxes from the farmers and that are not regulated. They go to farm and they ask you to come pay taxes to them, but they are not government. They are not governmental bodies, but they are taking taxes. Now, that's the trend in the North Central and the North right now. And governments have to find a way to deal with those issues. And it is only in dealing with those issues that we can have prices actually moderate. Because as long as those factors are there, prices will still continue to go up and up and up. Yeah, but beyond that, and I think we also need to encourage a lot of things that we can do around the house, which of course the First Lady has been campaigning, starting from government houses where at least our tomatoes and our pepper, we can grow them. And then that also puts a lot, because the simple issues is what they call love, demand, and supply. So the more supply you have, of course, prices will also respond.
Moyo, is this heavily dependent on security reforms? Should we look to the government to do more as regards security in order for, because Kebbi, Benue, these are states that are, have a lot to offer as regards, and this is Nigeria that we're looking at, putting Nigeria first. Just how many days ago, the notice came out, the executive order came out as regards the fact that anything that can be gotten from Nigeria must be gotten from Nigeria, no importation. So if we have, some of this produce, and then we have states that are supposed to, supply this produce are struggling to even harvest or to even plant.
You see, there's no way we can look at this when it comes to food inflation, the security and everything. It's a governance issue, right? Whether it's a communal clash or some headsmen or some people are collecting illegal tax, it is a governance issue. probably from the state level, from the federal government. So our government needs to introduce infrastructure that can solve these kind of issues, the logistic problems that they are facing in even transporting the food everywhere, even having autonomy of their farms. People should not be able to just walk up onto your farm and just do whatever they like. These are the kind of things that annoy me. I don't understand what that's about. The anyhowness of it all. But that's what obtains, and it's ridiculous.
It is. Let me ask Mr. Chooks now, because Doctor mentioned something the other time. He said the issue is becoming too politicized, and then you have Moyo on one hand saying that it's a governance issue. What do you think?
Well, I will play to the governance issue a bit. A lot of times when things happen, we look to the center. And we need to stop that. Yes, we need to stop that. I elected somebody to go represent me as a councillor. I elected somebody to go elect me in my state house of assembly. Then I elected somebody as a governor. We don't hold them responsible. Now, people say I get too harsh sometimes. If my governor knows that if my farm is burnt, by the time he returns, half of his family house will be besieged. My farm will not burn.
First of all, this is not.
No, I don't know if you understand. Now, let's take it this way. Now, outside this crime, you don't have the right to trespass on someone's land.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
If the person guns you down, that's your business.
Yeah,
the same thing that happens on Trunk A Road. If a car kills you on Trunk A Road, is your business. These are things that we should know. It's the responsibility of both the community, the owner of the farm, the state to secure their land.
Okay.
First of all, when it goes beyond them, then the federal government can now come in.
Is this not beyond them already?
No, it's not beyond them.
No,
now,
see,
hold on. People cry without acting first. Because somebody comes to ransack your place doesn't mean you should run. Because if you keep running, they will keep coming.
And they will be killing the people. I don't understand I really don't understand what this is.
Hold on. Just a few years ago,
Okay.
or 1 or 2 years or so ago, we had a situation where a state governor in Nigeria came out and said, "Oh no, it's a parallel government in my state."
Can you imagine?
Non-state actors?
Yes, non-state actors. It's a parallel government in my state.
So
I
where do
have
we go
people
from
that
there?
are also, ruling the state as concurrently as I am also ruling the state.
You see, when you look at the fragility index, the last report, Nigeria was put at number 2 as one of the most fragile states in the world. And the reason is very simple. Even in this Lagos that we are talking about, there are too many untouchables.
Yes.
And the reason is that if government touches it, that government itself will not exist. So we are having more powerful non-state actors.
How did they become that powerful?
Yeah, but that is what it is. It is because the state itself failed. Ab initio. And I think it's the failure of the state over time that we find ourselves where I was talking with Mr. Sam yesterday. I said, when I sit and I'm watching television and people say, oh, in those good old days, we used to have people from other parts of the world come to university in Nigeria. And I said, the people who tell so, they don't also tell us who were the lecturer at that time, that they were also from other states. And that at the point that we went into the policy of indigenization, the nationalization policy that was done during the military era, a lot of expatriates left this environment, and what we have, that to say we could govern ourselves, and those spaces we are unable to govern. Now, take for example, when Obasanjo was living, we have over 29 shipping lines. All of them gone. People were working there. A lot of people who were working in those shipping lines, they are all in the street. And they're having children, and the children are on the street. We had over how many airlines? All gone. The people who were working there, they're all in the street. NITEC gone. NEPA gone. A lot of people on the street because we are not able to manage this basic infrastructure that would have given life and support to the people. So what you do is that you couldn't give them life. These people have nothing to live for, and they can die for any cause. And you have a family that you want to live for. So you don't want to dare the knife, you don't want to dare the cutlass, you don't want to dare this thing. So this is a problem that the nation is facing.
So who should we look to?
Where is the problem?
So who should we look to? Exactly. So who should we look to
Obviously,
for the political will to handle these people?
It's the government. If people come to my farm and they are holding guns, I'm going to run. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, at that point
so we should stay. I should be fighting them.
There are communities that won't take that. Hope you know.
There are some communities.
There are communities that they won't dare go to.
Well, fair. Kudos to them.
Oh no, hold on, Mr. Chooks, because another governor also came out. That's another governor. That's a former governor of Kaduna State that said, "Oh, I'm running a parallel government here." And then we have another former governor as well, Zamfara State now, who said, "Oh, see, anybody that wants to hold gun should hold gun at this point."
And defend himself.
Yes, that's what a governor of a state.
And because he has become helpless.
Because he has become helpless at that point. He doesn't know what to do, what can be done.
But in a situation
because
where...
at the end of the day, the military, the army, you know, they're all federal institutions.
What's the size of Nigerian police, for example? We have less than 1 million policemen in Nigeria. Who, and I'm not sure even they have 500,000.
No.
We are not up to 500,000 policemen in Nigeria as of today.
Wow.
Now, what you're saying, you see, you just mentioned Tronque Road, where, of course, you see. Okay. Now, you drive along this road and you see a number of people who are violating this thing at will. And, of course, you need a policeman at every junction to say that, look, this road is not to be trespassed. People are supposed to use overhead bridge. You see, you are driving through a road and you are seeing a bridge up and people are abusing the driver who is moving on the down floor. This lawlessness, which seems to be our second nature, is a big problem.
It's a big problem.
And that's why I talked earlier on that, of course, when Likwani talks about removing the third world mentality from the head of people so that we can become more civil.
All right. Well, that is the crux of it all. I mean, state governors, and that's why the conversation around state policing, whether or not, you know, it would resolve a lot of all these issues is still the big question. Because the local government chairman can only do as much. The state governors can only do as much. At the end of the day, the military, the army, the police, all of these, they all report to the federal. And that's the big question. So who should we hold responsible for this particular issue? We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll go into our next story.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. It is still the Souq business landscape. Moving on to the next story. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has said that Nigeria needs $10 billion every year for 20 years to have steady electricity. He spoke at a solar power project opening in Kaduna, and he said the country's power problems come from poor maintenance, low investment, and old transmission grids not being fixed for over 60 years. Adelabu said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is working hard to stop power failures across Nigeria. He promised reliable energy for important places like the Nigerian Defense Academy. He added that the new energy law that helps states and local governments take part in producing and delivering electricity. The minister also explained that fixing the power system needs money and fixing old problems first. The new law gives some states control over power work, which will help to improve electricity. This is a big step to solve Nigeria's long power supply issues. But then, 10 billion every year for 20 years.
Yeah. So basically, it's telling us that we shouldn't expect any major change.
I feel like it's a very
It's a cop-out. That's a little cop-out.
Yeah.
Don't hold me responsible for anything.
This is not my fault. This is the problem. This is what can be done or what cannot be done. So everybody just take care of yourself.
Augusto did an independent analysis of the situations and the crisis in this country. And he said that for Nigeria to be able to meet its infrastructure deficit, that we need between 80 to 150 billion dollars annually.
Amazing.
For 30 years to be able to survive it. Now, what that means is that when you are looking at the power infrastructure in Nigeria, yesterday or 2 days ago in my village, my little village, they were all celebrating because we were eventually able to get a transformer. Now, this transformer, one small transformer, one feeder transformer
for the community.
In short, we have been contributing money about for the past.
Oh, you even bought? Is you that bought the transformer?
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. So we're contributing money to buy transformer. Now, this transformer is not the property of the village.
No.
It's the property of
the distribution
company.
So why are you the one paying for it?
Now, we pay for transformer. We pay for what do you call it? The wires. We pay for the meters. For these people to collect free money. And this is where we talk about when people even understand the nature of a problem before you can be factoring this issue. We have a power agreement with distribution company who brought nothing, zero revenue to start that business. In short, the good Lord Jonathan government even borrowed some of them money, which up to now has not been repaid.
I was waiting for that part.
Now, all the assets that NEPA had in this country, their headquarters, regional headquarters, landed property, this disco has sold all to make private money.
Well, the argument would be the fact that there are a lot of institutions and parastatals that are owing. Just last year, the revelation came that Souq was owing about 3.2 trillion.
You see, let's
is it allegedly or you said it?
I'm not talking about, you see.
According to them.
You see, this argument will make sense if they have done any initial investment. To say that Nigeria was selling power to you.
Very true.
And you didn't have the capacity. So the state handed money to you and handed their infrastructure to you. You made money off it. And you're not giving back value to society. And yet government is not finding it convenient, really, to even try these people because this is a sabotage. And government must be able to call a spade a spade.
At the end of it all, the distribution company can only distribute what is available or what has been generated and transferred.
Now the irony here is, Sandra, the irony here is also a very sad analysis. The generators do 7,000 and the disco can only take 3.5 thousand.
3.537.
So this is a problem. Yes. So it's not even the issue of generation, it's the issue of distribution. Because if distribution, we can get it right, that, okay, these people are not capable, they are inefficient, let's get in efficient operators.
Okay, so if
and government don't need to spend this 10 billion.
Whatever it is that's available, make it available.
Yeah, government don't need to spend a dime to fix the Nigerian power problem. We only need to create the environment for businesses to thrive. And what is this environment? To say, yes, we have been regulated, these guys don't have capacity, let's get people who have capacity to run these things.
Dr. Idausa, this same minister, sometime last year, contradicted himself by saying that the major issue that we're having, because the grid collapsed about 10 to 11 times last year, and the major issue, that he pointed out is vandalism.
Is what?
So, vandalism.
Vandalism, okay?
Yes.
Vandalism has been happening, with all due respect, before the minister was born. It's something that has been with us. People have been executed for vandalism.
So you say
at
that
a particular point in time,
pumping this money into the power sector, is this going to solve
his analysis is not bad, but the problem and the question we want to ask is whose money is going to be pumped in here? These are another question we need to ask. Then I want to ask the doctor, these people, who are these particular people handling transmission and distribution? If you remember, before the president you mentioned, before he left, they shared, that's the words I will use, this among a select few across the regions. So they are the ones, these same politicians, I'm not even saying businessmen, these same politicians, they are the ones handling this transmission and distribution. Now, if we are looking at, let's completely break it down. They say we've deregulated that particular sector. Okay, good and fine. So why do I still have to generate and look for you to transmit what I'm generating? How do we completely break that circle? How do we, like if my community decides, okay, good and fine, the entire is sold or not, we are going to put up a power station. I don't need to wait for whoever is the big shot in my locality that is controlling Lagos West to give him what I'm generating, and he will now in turn now tell me how much he's going to pay me. Why can't the government completely say, if you're generating, handle your distribution, handle your transmission? Any facility that is ours belongs to you. Pay us this or
the
pay
government
us
is still in charge of the transmission. The government, and that is the root. That is the root of it. The government is still in charge of the TCN, the Transmission Company of Nigeria. And that is the root of all of this. So whether or not, yes, systemic corruption as regards, the distribution companies, the disco dancers, but then you also have, from underneath, from the get-go. Just in this particular report now, we also got, the fact that the minister mentioned, there's a lot that we need to resolve. We need to look at our grid. We need to also, support the government, because we have told state government that you can now do what you can now generate, you can now, support yourselves, which Lagos had been doing and was trying to do, for quite a while. So at the end of the day, we're still coming back to the government.
You see, this is
because it's not full privatization.
We're just continue to throw money at this issue, and it's not going to solve anything. That's the real problem here. If there's no transparency, if there's no structure, if there's no order in what we're doing. In fact, every time I've heard the Minister of Power say something, it's never been good news. Throughout his tenure, is either vandals are vandalizing something, or they're increasing, or they want to remove more subsidies. Again, this subsidy issue, we've bastardized subsidy in a way. I understand that it's bearing down on our purse, but subsidy, we act like subsidy is a new thing.
Or it's a terrible thing.
It's a terrible thing that we just pulled out of somewhere that only Nigeria does. Can we actually relax?
Yeah, but I think the issue here is a market economy. And if you have free entry, free exit, government must allow those who participate and allow multiple participation so that we are not at the mercy of a monopoly or an oligopoly. The problem here is that you have a monopoly. EKDC is controlling the Lagos Island. IKDC is controlling the mainland. Now, those in the mainland don't have option. Those on the island don't have option. That's a monopoly.
That is a monopoly.
Now, if you go to Edo, it's a monopoly. If you go to Anambra, it's a monopoly. Now, imagine a situation where, for example, EKDC can trade power anywhere in the country. They don't necessarily have to be in Lagos, as long as they have the capacity. Because the infrastructure that was not produced by those people who are controlling that region. They just acquired it. They have not maintained the transformers.
They don't even buy the transformers.
They don't maintain the transformer. They have not maintained the pole lines. No new investment in the last 10 years. That's a problem. So you have you are saying, oh, because our problem is not just about generation or transmission. Our problem is mostly distribution. Let's even assume that we can distribute everything that we are able to generate and transmit at this point.
Let's get there first.
We cannot. So this is the
Let's
problem.
get there first.
Now we are doing so much things, and this is taking money into the pocket of some people. You know, I was in UAE in 2011. We sat there in a room and we were talking, and one of my friends asked me a question and said, imagine that it's a blink of light in this room for 5 minutes. The number of people that will die. And he said, that's why they said in UAE here, when the government says, if anything happens, head will roll, it does not mean sacking people.
Heads will actually roll.
It means heads are rolling.
Of those that are responsible.
Those are responsible. And so that's why government will do everything to ensure that the right price is paid. So you don't have an excuse to come back that, oh, I didn't have enough money.
And the right people are in those places.
Are in those places.
Okay.
Because if as a doctor, for example, you treat a pregnant woman and the baby die in the womb, you are liable. It's capital offense.
Negligence.
But these are things that are normal. No, here is normal.
It's normal. Yeah, of course, everybody take it and just go away.
It's happened.
These are the things we need to address. Because if we don't address these basic issues, that people just come, take free money from the system and walk away, then we're going to be in trouble.
This 10 billion now, is it going to solve anything?
The government don't need 10 billion. The government need investors. And what government need to do is take their hands up there.
Exactly.
Remove your filthy hands up there and let people do business.
Yes. There's nothing that we can do.
Also, as an aside, I just
so
want
those who can buy power will buy. Those who will need to be prudent in the use of power will be prudent. I remember in last November, I was in the UK, and somebody said to me, and he said, look, please turn off the water, turn off the light.
That's how
because money is running.
Yes.
So when people get to understand that they are paying for things,
for prepaid
people
meters,
they will manage it.
So that's why, like, 2 months ago, when Mr. Adelabu came out to be telling us that we are wasting power, is it not the power we paid for?
I paid for it.
I don't understand all this conversation.
I think that
yeah, but because in terms of the distribution of meter, it's still weak. I remember when Baba Tunde Fashola was the minister, he came up with a law that anybody who is not having a prepaid meter should not pay electricity bill. But that law never saw the light of the day because there are 1 million and one people who don't have prepaid. And because those people who are in EKDC or IKDC or whatever disco they belong, they enjoy carrying ladder from place to place. It makes them more than allowing people to have meters.
First off, it's expensive. Second of all, it's very tedious. The process is very tedious to get the meter.
No,
and then the turnaround time as well is another problem.
They are the ones that are making it difficult so that you won't get it.
For when you pay,
it's deliberate.
And if the discos are complaining that they do not have enough funds, I think it's a problem because if you have prepaid meters everywhere in the country, as long as I have my money, I buy my credit, I will pay. But if you have estimated billing,
has disco given anybody a meter for free?
No, it's 75,000.
You pay for it. So why is it becoming a problem to give you something that you can pay for?
And it even depends on the area.
It depends on. That's what I'm trying to say.
There are questions.
It's like Nokia telling us that they need 10 billion to be able to get phone in the market. Why? What kind of an argument is that?
When are we going to start answering these questions? Why should an estate be? If I'm trying to put up an estate, it doesn't matter how big or how small. Yeah. I get transmitters. I get transformers. I get poles. I get cables. And when I get them to connect every single thing, once that thing touches the light, it ceases to be mine.
You also pay them to connect it.
No. Yes. When should we start asking this question?
You pay them to do the connection.
To the connection.
Yes.
Once there's power on those lines, every of this single equipment
automatically becomes
and product automatically becomes that of disco.
So So many questions, so many solutions have been preferred as regards resolving the issue in the power sector. First, we came up with privatization of distribution of power. And then, you know, we went into the prepaid conversation and start really solving it. And then we went into the categorizing, banding.
It has become bandit now because I'm getting correct. It's actually bandit right now. Bandit or bandit?
Because I know,
they are holding you to ransom
at this point.
I know areas that are in band A that do not have up to 22 hours of power. Yeah. I know areas that are under band A that do not even have up to 10 hours of power. So it is highly questionable what the Minister of Power is saying, the fact that Nigeria needs $10 billion yearly for 60 years in order for us to resolve our power issues. Let's move on now to the next story. President Bola Tinubu has been invited by Pope Leo to attend his official installation as the 267th Bishop of Rome. The new Pope, he once worked in Lagos, by the way, sent the invitation through Cardinal Pietro Parolin. Tinubu is expected to leave Abuja on Saturday and attend the inauguration mass on Sunday, May 18th at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. The invitation was made public on Thursday by Bayo Ananuga, the president's special advisor. And in the letter, the Pope said Nigeria holds a special place in his heart because he worked here in the 1980s. He described the event as important for both the church and the world and asked President Tinubu to be present. So the president will travel with top Catholic leaders from Nigeria, including Archbishop Lucius Ugoji, Archbishop Ignatius Kaigama, Archbishop Alfred Martins, Bishop Matthew Kuka, and Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu. The Pope, formerly Cardinal Robert Prevost, was elected after the death of Pope Francis on April 21st. Top Catholic cardinals in Nigeria, and then Bianca's name, but it's fine. Let's move past that. Let's move on now to the significance of
don't forget that she's the foreign affairs.
And so I guess they mean and Bianca.
The foreign affairs minister. So understand
she will be good first to go prepare the ground.
No. If we are going that way, it's foreign affairs. It is.
This is diplomatic.
It's diplomatic.
Is it?
Vatican is a country.
Because it's Vatican.
I get that. But it's on a personal level.
No, it's not personal.
It's not.
It's going on the behalf of the state.
And that's what she has said.
Yes. So what?
I still have a question about it, but it's fine.
Don't question it. It's
no question. I can and I will. And it's my personal.
Don't worry. When she returns, we will invite her.
But the point is, what's the significance? You know, what significance does this hold for Nigeria?
I think for me, it's something that
we should be happy.
We should be quite happy about, and I think it's not a general invitation. This was a specific invitation to the government of Nigeria. And I think that the Pope also recognized, and of course that also, that Africa or Nigeria as Africa as a continent, Nigeria as a country, is also seen in the eye of the papacy. And I think there are some few things that we must take to heart, especially when the new Pope says his ministry is beginning at a very, very auspicious time in history, because the calendar year of the church is the Jubilee, and there's a time that people can think about hope. And when you remember the story of Jubilee, it means the story of freedom. Probably Africa, indeed, that has been held hostage by the West, should now begin to have a voice within the West that is speaking freedom for Africa. And that is how I see this conversation, that it means for us, the Pope is saying, okay, there's a hope for those who have been oppressed. And our government has been talking about renewed hope. And I think from the external voices, we are seeing more hope coming back to the country. That is what it does mean to me.
if we go by your analogy of the hope, then we should have also seen Hope Uzodinma as part of those.
As part of people that are going for that. But I don't know, maybe I can't relate. I'm sorry.
No, Neymar is only Catholic, so it may not be.
His name is Hope.
I mean, it's a good thing. I think, that the Vatican recognizes us and, wants us to be there. I think it's a beautiful thing.
The Vatican did not recognize
Well, the
us.
Pope, who is the leader of the Vatican,
worked in Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's also good because
it's the same reason why last year with the France situation, Emmanuel Macron, president of France, worked in Nigeria, and due to that, the president went to France, and there was, a very.
No, but what are you saying? If the president is your friend, you don't know what that means
for relations. It's good for relations. Yeah.
So, which means
if the Pope is our friend,
yes,
what good does it bring to Nigeria?
But in the room, that's what it means.
They did love
when in the room, when they're talking. That's what it means.
Do you agree?
Okay, now if you say do I agree? Well, I wish I was part of that entourage. I would have given you a better, precise, concise answer. But since we are not there, we'll wait for Bianca to return, and we'll ask this particular question. I look forward to a very good meeting. I look forward to also seeing the Pope recognize that the cardinals from this side of the divide played a good role in making sure that, yes, his tenure will not just be good, but will be excellent. Because we have like 2-3 of them there. And they were also present during that particular voting. And for Nigeria...
Well, everyone voted anyway.
We wish them the best. Why others
I wish you all the best.
Why others for Nigeria and every Catholic faithful, this is one thing for sure. If the Pope is standing to make sure that the doctrine is what is upheld and we go back to as a people, if the number of Catholics can also hold on to that doctrine, I think Nigeria will be a better place.
It would be,
Yeah, but you see, one of the things that also will be is that we're also expecting the Pope to also focus on one issue that has bedeviled the globe, and that's the problem of conflict. And of course, Vatican has been raising that voice that there are more Christians killed in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. So, which is also an issue. And we also expect that, of course, the Pope also call the attention of Mr. President to the issue of this religious crisis and conflict in our country and see what is it doing, what is the roadmap, and in what way would the Vatican also be able to assist. Because don't forget that in the last years, in the last 2 or 3 years, over 4 or 5 Catholic priests also had become victim of this terrible religious crisis. And so the Pope must be also concerned about it. And I hope that there'll be opportunity to have at least, even if it is 5 minutes of chat with the Pope to say, okay, this is the position of the Vatican on how, of course, we can interfaith dialogue in Nigeria and ensure that we don't exacerbate the conflict that's already taking a toll on the poor country.
Oh, well, that's a wrap for today on the Souq Business Landscape. We kicked off conversation around the fact that Apapa has now been approved as a central business district, which we're looking forward to, the economic implications in Lagos State, of course. And then we also moved on to other conversations around, business, economy, and development of the country. Wrapping things off with leadership diplomacy, whether or not, or what significance, the visit of the president would be to the Vatican. Join us again on the Souq Business Landscape. But before we go, thank you very much, Moyosori Adebi.
Glad to be here. Thank
you. All right, and Dr. Staman Zaidahusa.
It was amazing being by your side.
Always a pleasure. And of course, Mr. Chuk John Rogers.
Thank you very much. We look forward to next week.
My name is Omobola Sandra. Stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 15 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Oh, okay. I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners, because like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not, with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taken off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the south of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, right? Then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
Souq.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Sakios is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration. and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children. all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound. They're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club? Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand, sport. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now, we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So now you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate, but the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specializing in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018, and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002. and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now the news. The federal government says over 2.2 trillion naira has been injected into critical infrastructure projects across Nigeria under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Minister of Works Dave Umahi announced this at a ministerial press briefing today, revealing that over 260 palliative road projects have been completed nationwide, with 440 others still ongoing. He described the president as a road master and praised his dedication to national development. Umahi also disclosed that 29 major infrastructure projects are currently underway, while the president is expected to commission key projects in May to mark his second year in office. Nigeria is seeking strategic partnerships with Australia and Rwanda to boost mining development and promote women's participation in government. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives Ben Kalu made this known during separate meetings with officials from both countries at the National Assembly. He called on Australia to support Nigeria's mining sector through technology, investment, and shared best practices, while also backing constitutional reforms for gender equality. Kalu commended Rwanda's success in women's representation in parliament, describing it as a model for Nigeria. He emphasized the need for stronger legislative collaborations with the nations to drive inclusive growth and regional development. Both the Australian and Rwanda envoys expressed interest in deeper cooperation, with plans already underway for joint project and inter-parliamentary engagements. Guinea's military government has cancelled 51 mining licenses. These licenses covered mining for bauxite, gold, diamonds, graphite, and iron. Officials say many companies with these licenses never started mining or used the permits very little. The government wants to take back unused underused mining rights to manage resources better. The military ruler, Namamadi Bamboya, signed a decree to return these licenses to the state without any payment. Guinea has the world's largest bauxite reserves, which are important for making aluminium. The government aims to reduce the number of foreign miners and encourage more local processing minerals, helping Guinea get more value from its resources. This decision follows a trend in West Africa where military governments in countries like Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso are taking stronger control over mining. Some of these licenses were given between 2005 and 2023, with a few already expired, while others were still valid for many years. On the foreign scene, Vietnam has approved a $1.5 billion plan by Trump Organization and a local company, Kinback City, to build golf courses, hotels, and homes. The project will be on 990 hectares of land and is set to begin this quarter and the end of 2029. It includes resort, homes, and golf sites. According to a document signed by Deputy Prime Minister Tran Hung Ha, the plan comes as Vietnam and U.S. discuss trade issues. Vietnam is trying to avoid a 46% import tax from U.S. The Trump Organization and Vietnamese government have not given any public comment yet. The country has about 70 golf courses and 100,000 Vietnamese golfers. 2 new golf courses are expected to open by 2027. This big project adds to Vietnam's growth in tourism and real estate. Now, today commemorates the International Day of Light, an observation that holds every 16th of May. This year's theme, Light, Innovation, Society, speaks more of its relevance in today's world. Praise Ogunwuze has more details.
The advent of science and technology has brought about lots of positive inventions to humans, thereby making life easier, more comfortable, and fulfilling. The invention of the laser stands as one of the many breakthroughs ever recorded and still very much relevant in today's world. Every 16th of May, the world celebrates the International Day of Light, the anniversary of the first successful operation of the laser in 1960 by physicist and engineer Theodore Myman. This day is a call to strengthen scientific cooperation and harness its potential to foster peace and sustainable development. The International Day of Light is an annual global initiative, and this year's theme, Light, Innovation, Society, celebrates the impact of light and the role it plays in science, culture, art, and education. Communities worldwide participate in activities that demonstrate how light in all its applications can achieve the goals of UNESCO in education, equality, and promoting peace. The laser is a perfect example of how a scientific discovery can yield revolutionary benefit to society in communications, healthcare, and many other fields. Just in case you're wondering what lasers are, they're devices that generate an intense beam of coherent monochromatic light or other electromagnetic radiation by stimulated emissions of photons from excited atoms or molecules. The word laser is an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Today, lasers are used for activities in industries like architecture, medicine, skincare, entertainment, and science. On this day annually, the world does not only celebrate but appreciate the sacrifice, dedication, and selflessness of Theodore Myman in discovering something so useful to the world. Praise Ogunze for Souq News TV.
And that ends the news on Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Do have a lovely weekend. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began her career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amira Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, Mr. Oshika talked about it.
to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said, talked about it. I said, be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. When you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say 3 things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. And I say it boldly, that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinary father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability. strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic, and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future. The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. with countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels.
He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized. while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souq News TV.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Definitely it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa, he's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, they have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs? The texture of the clubs. what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to Souq Sports. We've been off air for a while and it sounds and looks very nice and beautiful to be back. This is Friday, the 16th of May, 2025, and we are sure enjoying it. Now, my name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and there's no better way to start this day than my guy, my very, very guy. Your Excellencies, please join me as I welcome your own Kelvin. We are going on a break. Don't go anywhere. Yes, welcome back, welcome back. It's still your program. It's still Souq Sports, and there's no better way of arresting your attention than making you to be there, like there and there. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and your Excellencies, I was about to introduce to you the one, the only. He is still very, very eligible. Please join me as I welcome to Souq Sports on this day, Kelvin Ojefia.
I still remain your humble boy from the road, Kevin Ojefia, aka Kevolala. This is Souq Sports. Let's talk about business. Let's talk about the love of football. And let's talk about those people that will start the league very, very well. And at the end of, let's talk about the caretakers of the Premier League and also the real owners of the league as well.
You didn't hear that coming from me. Yes, it's Souq Sports, and we are back. Your Excellencies, for those that are wondering, there's a whole lot of things we'll be talking about. Today, we'll be going outside. We'll talk money, we'll talk business, we'll also see grassroots, and we'll also say some good prayers, because we need it. We'll go straight to what's happening at the Italian Open. Tennis, that's where we head to. And we'll say Coco Gauff. Some few seasons ago, she had a particular match with this particular lady, but this particular time she said no. She took 3 hours of intense battle for her to get to the finals of the Italian Open, and this is her very first time playing on that turf. We say congratulations to her. Now, she will be facing home favorite. For those that know what we're talking about, Paolini She will be going against Paolini, Italian-owned, Roma-owned Paolini on Saturday. Now for Jasmine. Jasmine defeated Peyton Stream 7-5, 6-1 to book her first meet, and everybody's expecting her to win. Well, we are all looking. It's going to happen on Saturday, and this is the first time a homegrown player is playing in the finals in 40 years. That's a good time. Now, fourth seed Coco Gauff beat Zheng 7-6, 6-3, 4-6, 7-6, 7-4. That match took well over 3 hours. That was a very strong one. For this particular two ladies, we are looking forward to something very exciting this Saturday. Where are you going to put your money?
Well, I won't say I'm going to put my money on Coco. Coco Gauff has always been one of my favorites when it comes to tennis for the female tennis player. She has been my favorite, and I'll still put my money on Coco Gauff because when you check that head-to-head, Coco Gauff has actually beaten Paulina more than she has than Jasmine actually beating Coco Gauff. They've played 3 times, and Coco Gauff has actually won twice.
Okay.
So should I say this is going to be like a revenge for Pauline if she actually decided if she can actually go home with the win? So it's going to be like a comeback for her, because if she wins, it's going to be a tie 2-2. If she wins, but you know, Coco is not actually backing out. The game that actually led her to the semi-finals, at the point she said she felt like giving up because it was a tough one.
Well,
3.5 hours just for one game.
The Chinese lady was not giving up.
It was a very tough one. So she said she felt like giving up, but she kept encouraging herself. So sometimes when the body is weak, the spirit needs to speak.
We've seen Coco cry several times. But I think she's matured over time that she's telling herself, I'm not crying no more.
She has grown.
Let someone else do the crying.
She has grown in the game. She has grown in the game.
So you're putting your money on Coco?
Yes, and she's just 20. It's going to be a very interesting one, a very tough one. I think I would even say that would be the final for the final.
The one that was played, or this one is about. Okay, let's wait for Saturday to know what's happening. Now let's get to the men's side of it. Now for the Italian Open, Yannick Sinner, he beats Casper Ruud. Everybody was expecting Casper to get to the final, but luckily for him, sorry, you met Yannick on your way there, and you were not beaten. You were trumped 6-0, 6-1, and Yannick will be meeting Tommy Paul in the first semi-finals, and for the second finals, Carlos Alcaraz will be taking Lorenzo Musetti. Now, this is the first time 2 Italians are getting to meet the finals of Italian Open. Do you think an Italian will play in the finals?
Should I say it's obvious that definitely an Italian will definitely go to the final. It's like a normal thing for the day. Someone will definitely get there. Now, for the case of, you cannot meet Yannick Sinner and you think you will just go home with. I don't know if he's actually, that guy cannot just stop winning. Yannick cannot just stop winning.
Okay.
I think being the number one, being the best in the world is not just by saying it, it's by your action. And he has kept it. Yannick has kept it. He has been there and keeps proving himself. Then for Alcaraz, should I say the semi is going to be a very tough one for him, because for Lorenzo, we saw the people. He defeated the likes of what's his name? There's he defeated the like of Medvedev. It's not really easy, and we know how Alcaraz actually defeated him several. For all the times they've met, Alcaraz will always beat this young man, and for him to like take the likes of Varevs and Medvedev from at the beginning of the competition to get to the semi-finals, that will show that he has actually prepared himself for someone like Alcaraz. It's going to be a tough one.
I'm smiling and just shaking my head.
It's going to be a tough one, but I'll give it to Alcaraz.
Well, for those that are not aware, Lorenzo, he's been on this particular streak for a while, even if he's not gotten to beat the person at the final, but it's going to be a very good match. But people are predicting Yannick Sinner and Alcaraz.
Again. It's normal, first and second, it is both of them again, and so everybody wants to see an interesting final.
Okay, an interesting final. We will definitely see. For the semi-finals, it's still going to happen tomorrow. That's for the men. Then for Sunday, we'll get to see who is going home with the prize money. For those wondering, the ATP Tour top stars, they are competing. Some have gone home. And for those wondering, the Masters 1000 event, they announced a prize pool of €8,055,385. Now, this is for the 2025 edition. Now, singles will be going home with €985,030. That's a good money. And 1,000 points. And those playing the double team will go home with €400,560. That's some still very, very good money.
Yeah, it's a good one. Sorry to actually chip in this. If Coco wins the final, she becomes world number 2. If she wins.
Right now,
the final.
If is a very expensive
word. So she wins, she becomes world number 2, and she goes home with this money. So, man.
Well, let's wait for.
There is good money in sports. Let's just swing the bat.
Oh yes. Now let's get straight to athletics. This is one beautiful side of it that is also sad on this part of the divide. For those that know, the World Relay Championship happened in Guangzhou, China, and the good surprises we get to see is that of Great Britain. Success A1. I keep wondering, these beautiful young ladies, if they were representing country of origin. Oh, let's focus on where we're. She produced a very stunning last leg on her very first senior international debut, and she helped Great Britain to claim gold in women's 4x100 meters at the World Relay Championship in Guangzhou. Now, this is the side that I was not expecting. For those wondering, she dusted Jamaica's Shericka Jackson.
Come on,
like
a person.
Then give her a wave. We see it. She also dusted Maria Perez of Spain on the final straight. She gave them that gold. And that was something.
This lady, Success is just 20. Now she's representing her countrymen. She's just 20. She did not just win the gold for herself. She won the gold for her country. She won the gold for her team.
Okay.
When
we say congratulations.
let's just
congratulations to Wedderburn, Godson, Amy Hunt, and Bianca Williams. These beautiful, 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 God bless black ladies who say congratulations. And to Team GB, congratulations. Now, Spain came second in a time of 42.28 seconds, and Jamaica came third, 42.33 seconds. Now, the also good part was South Africa. South Africa won the men's 4x100 meter gold in a time of 37.61 seconds. Nigeria was nowhere to be found. This is the sad part of it, thanks to visa issues.
Why?
Exactly why.
Why?
Now, the quote, in quote, has it that now for about 6 to 8 Nigerian athletes were coming from the US.
Okay.
So now there is this particular standing policy China is having with the US for anybody traveling from the US, thanks to the trade wars and all these tariff issues. So now we now happen to be caught in the crossfire.
So we are like collateral damage for the whole...
Well, if we say collateral damage, but now my own question is, the Sports Commission, the National Sports Commission, did they not know?
And what did they?
The Ministry of Sports, did they not know? They had time, they knew this event, they knew these people have qualified. Why did we not, before this thing, even if it means applying directly from here, or the Sports Commission contacting the Chinese embassy directly from here, the China had to send somebody working in the embassy to go to the Sports Commission and talk to them. China did that.
And we didn't.
I don't know if you understand. So this will tell you how far preparation, how well do we really prepare for these things and stop this fire brigade approach?
Is it that we have not actually started seeing what sport has brought into this world? How people, our countries tend to actually export their sportsmen just to make money. We don't see the business side of sport. We don't see the names that comes with you representing you representing your country and you bringing back something for them. I don't know. Is it that the Nigeria Sports Commission, we don't really see what other countries are doing for their sportsmen?
Well, Those particular questions, we will package it and send it to.
Please, we should. we should.
To the Sports Commission.
We should.
Because we sure need answers. For anyone who is found wanting in any of this arrangement, I think that person should answer for it. Fire the person. We beg you. It's all. You remember what happened in the last Olympics?
Yeah.
Someone was not registered for a race. That's not
even the bicycle issue.
You can't forgive that.
The cycling guy.
Yeah, a different country had to give. Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
We are the giant of Africa.
Yes, we are still the giants of Africa. Yes. We move on straight to Formula One, to things that are not that savory. Now, we heard about what the Formula One board, there was this issue beginning of the season, and they were trying to bring up a ban and a fan on drivers that were swearing, and we thought it was just going to go away, but it refused to go away. All of a sudden, it's turning to something else. Now, the back and forth controversy over punishing Formula One drivers for swearing is all a bit suspect. That came from Mercedes driver George Russell. The governing body, FIA, they came out on their own and were trying to relax what they said. But now, it has turned to something else. People will get frustrated behind the wheels.
Yes.
And it's just them in that
before they make some of these rules, don't they know that these people, they are humans, they have emotions?
Under pressure.
They are under pressure. They
at
just
high
want
speed.
They want to deliver. So any little thing can actually get them frustrated at that time. We've seen many cases in football where you see where the ref blows against a particular player and the guy gets frustrated. Like, I didn't do anything. Can even shout at the ref at that particular time. So these people, they are humans like us. So they have emotion, they have blood running in them. So definitely there are times that they can just spark out. There are times that they will say some certain things that they're not supposed to say. We should actually understand this, and we'll make some of these rules lighter. Come on. The
rule for this particular one, it shouldn't even be there in the first place, because the question we should not ask, who are those that are listening?
To what is?
Of course, that's what I'm asking. Who are those that are listening to what he's saying? Because most times what the driver is saying is between him and his team.
Yes.
Then when you bring the camera on to the driver, you are not supposed to take the words that are coming between the driver and his team, except instructions that affect the game.
Yeah.
So why bring these rules in the first place?
Come on.
Let the driver be human, like you say.
Let him speak.
We want those frustrations. That's the fun of the game.
That's the drama of the game. We want to see how he tried to drive, and he discovered that something was not fixed right, and discovered that the road is sleepy. We want to see that frustration. We want to see that drama. We want to see that aggression. They are humans now. They are not machines. So come on, allow them to actually say whatever we want to say. Allow them to express themselves.
Please, FIA, don't separate the emotions from the game. Let's have fun going. And right now, a lot of people have criticized it, and officials have come to say yes, no, they reduced, but the issue is this controversy just needs to go away. We don't need it, like at all. Let them drive, and let's have fun. Moving on, we get to tell you what is happening next. So we move on. Now, we are taking actions at the situations where things have been reverted because somebody complained. It's not worth it. So now let's go straight to the next story, and that has to do with what is happening in another sport. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's get to golf. The big man's game. It's happening at the USPGA Championship. This is just the first round, and as we speak, Masters champion Rory McIlroy, a whole lot of people put their money on him. We never can tell. But this is just round one, and he ended 10 shots behind the leader, Jonathan Vegas, after round one. Now, for those wondering, USPGA Championship, Vegas birded 5 of his final 6 holes to set the pace at the 7 under and move 2 clear of Ryan Gerald and Cam Davis. Now, McIlroy, on the other hand, managed just 2 birdies in 3 over par, round of 74. Now, not just him, even when everybody's looking at him, let's also remember that world number 1 is there, Scotty Scheffler. He's defending, and I'm also the champion, that's the last champion, Xander Schauffele, who both share the same pronunciation on them. They finished 2 under and 1 under respectively. This is just round 1. do you see these three coming to do any magic?
I will keep saying that it is better you start better.
Start strong.
Yeah, start strong to avoid pressure. We and I think that was one thing that actually favored Liverpool when it comes to football when at the last Premier League. So when you start strong, even when you start getting tired, because of the points you've accumulated at the beginning of the tournament,
you have a buffer zone.
You just, even if you start struggling, at least you have something you have something for people to you have created a pace for people to start fighting, thinking of how to climb to you. So now starting like this, actually, I don't even know what to say about Macron for now.
Okay.
10 points behind.
It's just 10 points.
It's not just. So do you think whoever is leading now is
I've seen where he guy hit a hole in one. You never can tell. Okay, now let's look at the prize money for those.
But will you say the game is open?
You said?
Will you say the game is still open?
It's just round one. It's still very open.
I doubt. For him, I doubt.
It's still very open. That's why these guys are good. That's why they are pros. That's why they are number 1, 2, and 3. You never can tell.
Okay.
Now, for the prize money, you just know. You know. One was saying a little above 20 million. You know. You know. If you are a golfer or you're an aspiring golfer, you know. There's no enough of us measuring it so that somebody will not go and pick up a club tomorrow and start potting holes you are not sure of. Now, follow us. We'll give you the full details as the day roll out. Now, let's get straight to what's happening in the UFC, where people beat each other for fun. Entertainment on this
for the money. Not just for fun, for the money.
For the money?
Yes.
Okay.
I won't allow someone to come punch me like this all for fun. Not for fun, for the money.
For the money.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jack Della Madalena, the guy has, as I tell you, he has beaten Belal Muhammad. Now, this is one thing most people didn't get to know. Although he didn't knock him out completely, it had to come from his scorecard. 48-47, 48-47, and 49-46. Now, he has claimed the UFC welterweight champion, unanimous decision. Though all refs called on his behalf. All judges called on his behalf. Now, the Austrian wants to face, this is the side I don't understand. He wants to face the lightweight champion, Islam Makhachev. My people, the last set of human beings that went that route did not come back whole. Can't he just enjoy his win for now?
Who set these matches?
And just kept quiet.
Chooks, who set these matches? Allow the champion to enjoy the...
Just enjoy your win and keep quiet.
But these banters like this and challenges like this is what make the game sells. Yeah.
You beat somebody and be pointing at one team.
Yes.
To somebody that is on his own and just looking at you.
People want to see that drama as well. So I'm coming for you. You are next. I'm taking that bet from you. So they started building the story already. So let's read along.
Let me give you a brief history. This guy we are talking about retired and came back.
And keep winning.
He didn't retire because he wanted to retire, because there was nobody for him to beat. And now you want to beat who exactly? His father trained him right from... if you see the documentary, the father used to be in the sport, now became a coach, trained him right from when he was busy training the champions, he was training the small boy.
So when
now the small boy has become an Agba.
So when
the Agba has now become a champion.
So when we were going to school, the boy was training?
He was beating... No, he was beating people. Well, we really want to see that match. So for Makhachev, we look forward to you being you, and we look forward to the current champion also being the current champion. We go straight to what's happening in sports business. But before we get down there, we'll go on a very short break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Remember, this is Souq Sports, and we are reaching you live from Souq News TV on the best nation and on the best island in Africa. This is Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Yes, welcome back. We're still live on Souq Sports. My name is Souq John Rogers Souq, and Kelvin Ojefia is still here. The man they couldn't arrest. Remember, I keep telling you, he is very well available. Up for grabs. Just make sure that when you apply,
please, make it clear for the opposite sex, please.
No, definitely not.
No, we say apply. When you just say apply, so make it clear.
No, I need to see your bank accounts before you do the application.
From the opposite sex, please.
Let's get straight to sports business. For those that are wondering what's happening, Souq, they have made sponsorship return with Brentford. Congratulations to them. Now, online used car retail brand Souq, they have made an unlikely return to sports sponsorship as the official automotive marketplace sponsor for Premier League club Brentford. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. So you get to see them on the T-shirts and on the jerseys of those Brentford players. For those that are Brentford fans, yeah, it's all good. Now, Mark Cuban, you know who we're talking about. Each time you mention his name, what comes to your mind is money.
Business.
Yes, it's just money, from basketball to stakes to crypto. Now, he has taken key role in the new 750 million sports fund, Benga Sports Partners Fund. And now they are going to become the latest sports-focused private equity fund startup to cast eye over major league franchises. When are we going to start seeing Nigerian names, Nigerian brands in the news?
When we decide to take sport as business, and when we decide to privatize some of the clubs in Nigeria, maybe we'll start seeing brands taking over, partnering with some of these league and some of these clubs.
But you say when is that when going to win?
Who are we going to pass this question to now?
You were saying when you said it like you knew the timeline when it was going to win.
I don't even know what to say right now. But when we start to start seeing, I'm not sure if Nigerians we started seeing seeing sport as business. Maybe we still see it as one of those games, and we place education and we play sport here.
And we place oil.
And we place oil
and gas.
Yeah, you understand things like that.
Then
so.
Politics now carries all of them.
As the grandfather, you hear people saying that my retirement plan is to enter into politics.
Okay, let's focus. Let's come back to where we are. This is Souq Sports. Let's get, for those that are wondering, National Sports Festival today, Ogun State is agog. Today, May 16th, the capital of Ogun State, Abeokuta, and also surrounding towns, Remo, Shagamu, and Ikene. They will be full of activities from today till the 30th of May as the 22nd National Sports Festival kicks off. Now, the game is tagged Gateway Games Ogun 2024. Now, they are rolling out the drums for specific opening ceremony that will happen on Sunday. But, hey, activities are starting today. May 18th, paving way for a competitive 2 weeks fun camaraderie amongst athletes, officials, fans, and tourists. We look forward to a very robust game, and that is going to bring you the event, and we'll tell you whatever is unfolding. Keep it locked here on Souq Sports. We'll have a whole lot of news, gist, gossip. You also hear part of that. Now, for every single person around Ogun State right now, I think they should be having some good bricks business happening around there.
Definitely.
Because a lot of people are coming in.
Definitely.
Transportation, hotels, food,
food,
arts,
food,
culture.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a great one. But the part I would actually like to speak about is the media. How many media houses are going to cover the event from day one to the last day?
Well, for print,
and how many are going to promote the sports, promote the activities, to promote the positivity of
what's coming out from the game.
Yes, of what's coming out of the game. So how many? Not because if there's something I know some of these bloggers does a lot is taking the mistake and then amplifying it. Maybe if the commission starts, maybe, let's say for example, someone is not wearing a particular uniform that they were supposed to wear, and he actually is on the track. Some bloggers will just take that, forgetting that this is not about him. They can just take that and amplify that particular mistake that just happened. So the media has a very big role to play in this festival, So I think they should preach, or they should say more of the positive aspect of the festival than the negative part or the mistake that they will see.
Okay, definitely there are human beings organizing it, so there will be some lapses. But remember, this is our national sports festival. This is Nigeria's national sports festival, and this is where you will get to see and pick a lot of new talents, good people that will represent this country in the future. This is where we'll get to see them. If we also try to develop, if we talk about development, this is where we should be going to say, okay, who are we going to catch, who are we not going to catch?
Oh, yes.
States are going against themselves in an array of sports, and it's going to be fun. We will keep you updated on what is happening at the sport festival. So that is one point you need to stay hooked, locked on Souq Sports. That's a promise for you. Now, for those wondering what's happening in the world of football, let's first talk Man U. I have this particular question. It's bothered me for a while.
Okay.
Why is Man U losing? I have to close my eyes and ask this question so that you look at me in my eyeball. Why is Man U losing all the Premier League matches and winning in Europa?
Should I? I think that question should be passed over to Ruben Amorim and his team. Should I say it's a strategy to win the Europa League?
Strategy.
Yes. Should I say it's a strategy to win the
Europa League? You know, if
League?
there's a part 2 for relegation, Man U is almost there.
Yes, they managed to escape. Not just Man U, Manchester United and Tottenham.
No, let's talk about Man U.
Okay, so Man U managed to escape. They managed to escape. So, like I said, I was talking with a friend yesterday, and I said, I still stand on my word when I say the Premier League is one of the toughest leagues in the world. And secondly, Ruben Amorim inherited a team that was shaky.
That was shaky.
A team that was not that should I say 60% of the players are lazy. They are not fit to his style of game. So it took him time to actually build the team to get where they are. So I think he's a smart coach. He knows too well that he's not winning the Premier League. He knows too well that he's not making top 5. If you check, when he came in, his focus mainly was on domestic cups. That was FA and Carabao Cup then, and also the Europa League Cup competition. If you check how they played in Carabao Cup and that of the FA, it was different from the way they play in the Premier League. So I don't know the mindset he plays in them whenever they're going to play other competition, and the one he places in them when they want to play the Premier League. Secondly, if they are meeting a big team on the Premier League, they play as if they are winning a trophy that very day. But when they are meeting a smaller team, it's as if they all just relax. So I don't know the psychology behind their game plan where they play.
Right now, are you talking as a sports analyst, or you're talking as an Amorim fan, or you're talking as a Man U sympathizer?
No, I'm talking as a sports analyst.
It's a sports analyst.
Yeah.
Okay. So now it's happening between Man U and Tottenham, both occupying. Okay, they are both neighbors when it comes to the standing in the table. No, I'm not your neighbor. When it comes to standing in the table, and both of them will be playing finals of Europa. Where is your money going to?
For this season, Tottenham has actually won Manchester United. They've played 3 times, and the 3 times Tottenham went home with 9 points. They went home with all points.
Okay.
I don't see it possible for them to go home with the last game.
Are you sure?
Yes. Now, apart from the injury crisis that Manchester United are facing right now, Tottenham are also facing their own injury crisis. Some of their major players are out of the season. Now, I think there's something they did recently. They had to make Son to come back on time because they need him in the finals.
Okay.
So now Son is back, but Madison is out.
Whatever they made, can they make and remake and made?
Let's say I go, but I'll definitely place my money on Manchester United that they are winning the Europa League.
Okay, so they will now qualify for Champions League.
I know that alone is going to hurt a lot of persons, especially the anti-Manchester United supporters. It's going to hurt a lot of
where are they on the table right now?
Oh,
Premier League table.
Manchester United. I think they should be 16.
How did you see them?
16.
No.
Okay. I know where most of the clubs are for now. So I know the bottom 5 and I know the top 5 as well.
Okay, to every fan out there, this also affected money is coming to the club for both Man U and Tottenham. But the good thing is that Europa also kind of shored up the finance a bit, just a bit. So getting into the Champions League, that will balance some books more. So, hey, we wish them the best. Now, let's get to what's happening at the Champions League final. Inter qualified and PSG qualified. Everybody was looking at Barcelona.
Qualifying.
Real Madrid.
Yeah.
No, let me not call us now.
No, you should, because at least, no, they tried.
I'm talking
First
about
of all, I'm going for favorite. Okay.
So people were looking at
no one even fast now. Even if you had to call favorite top 10, nobody would even mention us now at the beginning of the season when the competition started.
Okay, let's focus on.
I'm just saying.
I never say you're not saying. Good. So Inter, PSG, where will you put your money?
Where I won't. Both teams are very strong, and they will have the stamina to play 120 minutes game. That's if the game definitely go into an extra time. It's going to go into a penalty. So, and when it comes to penalty, it's a game of luck. So I won't place my money on any of them for now. Wow.
I'm looking at you with my side eye.
No, I'm just. Should I say that I will give it to Inter? But I would love PSG to win. But I'll give it to Inter.
I'll give it to Inter, but I love PSG to win.
Yeah, I would love PSG to win, but I'll give it to Inter.
Okay. Why? Because of their resilience or what?
I think they have
the kind of defensive play.
Should I say they are really the Italians German? Should I say Italians machine guns?
Okay.
I think
If I say I understand that.
Wait, this is exactly difficult for a team to go to Camp Nou, score 3 goals, drew a game against Barcelona. Barcelona they're actually they are the best team for this. Did I say this? They are the best team this season. They keep winning. They won 3 trophies already.
Okay.
So
and they wanted to make it 4.
They wanted to make it 4. In fact, they wanted to take everything.
And Inter said no.
No. 3 goals at Camp Nou. And they came. Well, I'll give it to Inter, but I would love PSG to win. Well, I'm giving
now
it to
you've
Inter.
changed your mouth again. Okay.
That's what I said earlier. I'll give it to Inter, but I would love PSG to win.
That's a political statement. For those that are wondering, last weekend, Nottingham Forest played Leicester, and our own Taiwo Awoniyi was injured in the process. A lot of controversy has come into it, but that's not what we are going to. Now we are going to say our prayers for Taiwo Awoniyi, and we wish you a speedy recovery. He's gone under the knife, and he's out. He was put in a coma, and he's also out. So he's recovering right now. The last we read, we heard about it, he had a second surgery, but that has also been done. We all on this side, we wish him the best, and we wish him a very, very fast recovery and back to what he loves doing.
Yeah, our prayers are with him. He's a very strong player, and he's a strong player, and someone like him going through this whole thing. And according to what the management of Nottingham Forest came out to say, they say it was all a rumor. I think they actually debunked some of the things that were said concerning.
Yeah, that's between the coach and the club owner.
Yeah, they said it was all a rumor. But all the same, we wish him a quick recovery, and we actually want to see him next season also doing what he does better, scoring goals for Nottingham Forest.
Yes, yeah, we wish them the best. Forest, we were looking forward to you finishing top 4.
Yeah, so
I had those hopes. But it's all good. It's all good. No matter how you finish, I know they are going to Europe.
Yes, definitely.
If not this, then maybe you go to where Chelsea is right now. But
I wouldn't say anything concerning the conference league. What happened? That's a competition as well. Do you have issue? Do you have any issue with the Chelsea and Real Betis?
Right
say something about the conference league.
You found it difficult even remembering who they are playing.
Well, it's a competition at least.
Okay. For that particular competition that Chelsea...
What competition? Please say it. What competition? Don't be biased.
Okay, the gathering of the last losers in different countries, those that came 6th, that couldn't make the Champions League or play the Europa League, they had to gather them to play the what do they call it again?
The Conference League.
Conference or Confluence? Okay, now they gathered them to play that particular league. I will say congratulations to them. To Real Betis, you guys are the real deal.
So when it gets to Real Betis,
deal.
I see something. I think I'm smelling jealousy, but it's all good. It's all good. Chelsea just lost. They lost just 2 games. Just 1 game in the whole of the competition.
That's beautiful.
So definitely they can actually go home with the trophy. They need it.
Okay, they have to beat Anthony's Real Betis first for them to win that particular competition. That is also happening May. So hey, there's a whole lot to watch out for. Excuse me. Then let's get to where you were trying to go to before. Now, Nottingham Forest, they have come out to tell us directly that Evangelos Marinakis, now, the exchange he had with the manager, Nuno Espirito Santo, was over-exaggerated. And what people came to publish, because people just went on social media and just went on fire. Now, on their own side, they were saying that the owner of the club could not stand seeing Taiwo Awoniyi in pains after colliding with the post. He was asking his medical team, why did you not take him out immediately? And he was trying to communicate that same frustration with the manager. That is what they are trying to say. But what people saw was something else. People were seeing the frustration of Nottingham Forest and them not beating Leicester went wild. Do you think what they are saying holds water?
No. Because if you check this season, Nottingham Forest has been there. Nino has actually been doing great as a coach. So just because he drew against Leicester, who are relegated, does not mean he's a bad coach. I think they read different meaning to what the management was saying. what the owner of the club came out to say. They read total, it was a different thing entirely. So they were expecting that, maybe they were just expecting him to react that way. And I'm very sure that most of these women that went out will actually be from the Nottingham Forest fans as well.
Yes, but later on, we got to now hear from the medical team after Awoni was taken for emergency, and although it's kind of painful, but all the same, we need to temper our keyboards lightly. Sometimes it's good to take your fingers away from the keyboard, catch your thoughts, get them together, and ask yourself, how will what I'm typing right now affect the next person? Before you punch that enter button that sends it to everybody.
Get
Because on that particular day, Nottingham Forest, both the coach, everybody was trending for the bad reasons.
Yeah.
And it was not fair.
At all.
It was not fair.
At all.
Getting to see what happened later in less than 24 hours. It was not fair.
It was totally wrong. Get your information right. Get your facts right before you come out and publish some certain things. Think about the person you are writing about. I remember then when Harry Maguire was struggling in Manchester United. I know how a lot of
why must you go to
I'm just saying. I know how he was being criticized. If not that he was mentally strong, and I'm very sure that he had a lot of people behind him. That alone can actually lead
Which of the Harry Maguire?
Harry Maguire, the one in Manchester United.
Okay, the goal scorer that saved you guys.
Maguarino.
Oh, yeah.
The defender that became a winger.
Harry Maguire, congratulations, all the same. You know, he had this span chance of being able to score either it is against the opponent or for the opponent. But all the same,
he must score.
He has to score. And his last goal was very good. Taiwo Awoni, wish you a very quick recovery, and our hearts are with you. For Nottingham Forest, you guys have done good.
Yeah.
You guys have done
well
really,
deserved.
And you deserve all the applause you will get.
They do.
My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Remember, the National Sports Festival is happening wherever you are. Try and catch what's happening in Ogun State. If you can't get there, hey, go around, have some fun, buy some made in Nigeria things, get yourself some beautiful Ankara, some Ashofi, they make it there too, and get to see the tourist sites.
Yeah. I still be humble boy Kevin Ojefia from the hood, but before I sign out, should I say it was a painful thing for me yesterday when our under-20 lost the semi-finals at the AFCON. The boys played. They deserve the win, but
mistakes are mistakes.
Yeah, they deserve a win. Just one goal and everything just ended like that. They played all what they could, but keep it up. See next time.
They've qualified for the World Cup.
That's a good one. That was a good one already.
We'll do this again, remember, next week. So don't go anywhere without being nice to the next person. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq.
Souq, be nice to me as well. Be nice to me.
I will be nice to you. I will be nice. I will try. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Bye.
Welcome to Cash Crafts, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow, literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2, landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3, garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups. A steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4, horticultural farming. Now, grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you are skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods, move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever paths you choose, start with research. Visit local horticultural centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. In a world choking on stress, pollution, and processed food, green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, The narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.